White. So we only had a couple of overs from the spinner, and once again it's back to the seamers to try and complete the job.
Yeah, I think that's the right call as well. The spinner, there's no turn. There's a bit of bounce for the spinners, but that's okay. But I think in this situation, with the seamers still getting movement, that it's the right call.
Yes, it might be the second innings where Liam Patterson-White and Farhan Ahmed come into their own a little bit more.
Yeah, a bit of bounce as well, of course. Victor Lawrence, silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, Kev, listening to your explanation for the reason Hampshire let Abbas go leaves me incredulous. With Abbas and Abbott and backed up by Barker, we had the most potent pace attack in the championship. To allow Abbas to go when we were unable to play Barker until later in the season in return for a second-rate overseas player. Well, remember, it was Jack Edwards originally. Apparently he's a very, very classy all-rounder, the New South Wales captain. Here's Hutton, short, pulled away by Abbott. It's in the air, it's caught, not quite. Farhan Ahmed jumping high, right on the rope. I think it may have gone...
It's gone
over his head.
Yeah.
I don't think it was far away from him, but yeah, good shot.
I'd only just said he's one big blow away from being the top scorer in the innings, and there is that one big blow, and now he is the top scorer in the innings.
Thank goodness for Kyle Abbott, 44.
Yeah, it's a similar tale, if you like, to Nottinghamshire in their decision to move on from Dane Patterson. He had 3 consecutive seasons of taking more than 50 wickets. Didn't play as much last year. 1 or 2 injury issues.
Hutton with 2 men on that leg side boundary. Comes in again. It's a fuller delivery. Worked through mid-wicket. Won't quite reach the boundary. Hamid will come round, but they'll pick up 2. Abbott moves on to 46, 172. 4.
So they decided to move on from Dane Patterson. Also, of course, he's got himself back, a little bit like Noah Abbas and Pakistan, he's got himself back into the South African Test side as well. So there's always the possibility that he would miss more games in future. So they've decided to move on, and there's a lot of people. Fergus O'Neill, well, is Fergus O'Neill going to be a Dane Patterson? Wow, Fergus O'Neill was terrific. And then, Mohammed Abbas is coming. Is he going to be a Fergus O'Neill? Well, what a start he's had. So some big calls made by Notts, and they're looking good at the minute.
It's flicked away down to Ahmed at fine leg. Abbott moves on to 47, 175 for 8. Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it, really? I mean, I'm not sure how well Patterson's doing down at Middlesex at the moment. I haven't really looked. I'm sure you might have done more than me.
Yeah, he's settled in. He's settled in well.
Clearly a good bowler. Just finish off this email from Victor Lawrence. He says, clearly with the indifferent forms of Stoneman and only Brown showing any batting form, it has not solved the continuing lack of batting points over the last few seasons. Not very confident for the rest of the season, says Vic Lawrence. Here's Hutton again. Edge? No, not quite. As forward is Brad Wheel. Ralph Brooker. It's inevitable I'm going to start getting messages because Mo has picked up 5 wickets. Yeah. It's just a reminder that Mo was a very big part of the team. Ralph Brooker, silentcricket@gmail.com. Says, hi Kevin Dave. Unsure of the circumstances of Mo leaving us, I've just explained. But the result has been catastrophic. Brad Wheel has bowled well opening, but our second overseas has been dropped in consecutive championship games, an all-rounder. My initial optimism, even after Hampton's poor start, has evaporated. Here's Hutton again. Brad Wheel's on the back foot, strokes it out into the covers. I also think that Notts is showing that Division 1 is tougher this season. Stronger teams came up than went down, says Ralph. I agree with that. I think it's a much more even championship this year, and it's even more even because Surrey are perhaps not showing the championship form that they did last year at the moment.
Essex now 9 down, 123 for 9, and in Division 2, Lancashire all out. Northants 238, Lancashire 276.
Lancashire are certainly not showing any form, having gone down to the Division 2. Here's Hutton. Wheel is forward. Again, it's gone out into the covers, fielded by Lyndon James. Hutton completes 15 overs, 2 for 74. Hampshire 175 for 8, trail by 158.
And another Division 1 wicket as I speak. Worcestershire 101 for 5 now down at Hove. Sussex made 284. Still no wickets for James Hayes. Worcestershire 101 for 5. They started to have that feel as if they may well get cut adrift. They started the season You may remember with that heroic 2-day defensive rear guard down at Taunton to get a draw from nowhere, but since then they've had a run of quite heavy defeats. 175 for 8 here. Hampshire trail by 158. Certainly don't think the follow-on mark is anything that is worthy of much comment, as Lyndon James bowls and Kyle Abbott a little push straight up to Brett Hutton for a single. I'm thinking that Notts won't mind that too much. I think they'd rather bowl at Brad Wheel, and I hope that's not been too offensive to Brad Wheel's family and friends, but I think at the moment, with Kyle Abbott hitting it as cleanly as he is, I think Notts would rather bowl at Brad Wheel. We did see yesterday Hampshire retreat out onto the boundary whenever Freddie McCann was on strike, looking to give him the single. There's Lyndon James in now to bowl, and that's nicely played by Brad Wheel, and Farhan Ahmed shies at the stumps, and well, Kyle Abbott wouldn't have been in the frame. That wasn't even close. Kevin James would have given that out from up here. He was yards short. He'd given up, Kyle Abbott, and now there is going to be a major inquest between Abbott and Wheel about who's doing the calling, when they're doing the running, and for goodness sake, don't do that to me again. Wheel pushed it out to Farhan Ahmed in the covers, set off. Kyle Abbott, well, you can always say no, Kyle, but he responded, but he literally wasn't in the frame, but sideways on and 30 yards away. Farhan Ahmed's throw narrowly missed.
Yeah, it's all very well being positive in the running, but don't want to be suicidal.
No, that was a risk too far, and he's then thrown the bat at this next delivery and got nothing on it as it goes through to Verena. Quiet game for Joe Clark. He was dismissed yet again very cheaply yesterday. Not been involved. In fact, I don't know if you can hear me talking about him, which you clearly can't, but Clark has just turned round and he's gesturing that substitution sort of roll of the hands. I don't necessarily know if it's for him, probably for Mo Abbas at the far end. I don't know, we'll see in a moment. Next ball is whipped away wristily by Abbott down to Abbas. Certainly somebody wants a 12th man on at the end of the over, so we'll have to see. 178 for 8. Third slip, Jack Haynes going back in for Brad Wheel. Rob Lord, the 12th man for Notts today. Good to see him back. He's had 1 or 2 injury issues start of the season. Young quick and popped up in the air. And there's another one for Verena and another one for Lyndon James. And Notts do get the full haul of bowling points. That's 9 down, 178 for 9. Team dismissal yet again from Brad Wheel. He was undone by a shortish delivery. It got big on him, and like the one earlier on from Fletcher Middleton, it just went almost straight up in the air, and a simple catch for Carl Verena. He's been the grateful recipient of 2 absolute dollies behind the sticks today. Brad Wheel caught Verena, bowled James for 6, and he was out there for just 20 minutes. Hit 1-4, 178 for 9. Said I won't spend too long thinking about the follow-on, but it has not yet been saved. 155 between the two sides, but surely they wouldn't, Kev, even if Sonny Baker's wicket goes down.
Well, we're going to find out, I guess.
There's the wicket.
Goes down quickly. Yeah, he sort of ducked it and fended at it, and with the bounce on this wicket, it's as we saw with Fletcher Middleton, it just sort of loops up in the air if you're not in a good position and you're not playing your shots with conviction. But he's number 10. Can't expect too much from Brad Wheel. I'm
a firm believer in sport. You sort of make your own look, but it does seem as if Notts are getting a little bit of a rub of the green today in 1 or 2 instances.
Well, they've caught well, which has kept Hampshire under pressure. You know, we've seen. I mean, we saw a quick partnership between Dawson and Abbott. You know, a little bit too late maybe, but that 30 partnership between Abbott and Brad Wheel came in just over 20 minutes. You know, but Nottinghamshire have got themselves into such a good position that whatever Hampshire do here at the moment, they're not making great inroads.
So Sonny Baker, formerly of Somerset, struggled to get into their starting 11. I think he played a couple of times against Notts both down at Taunton and at Welbeck in the last 2 or 3 years against Notts. That's the only time I've seen him. But of course he's not in the side for his batting. He comes to the crease at number 11 with 1 ball left in the over. So first and foremost, keep this one out.
Yeah. 55. They're going to make Nottinghamshire make a decision about whether to follow on or not, or make Hampshire follow on. You think not? I don't know. I really.
Well, they've only got the 3 seamers, Kevin.
I think you're right.
It's not the modern way, is it? No. Here is Lyndon James anyway to Sonny Baker, and this ball is wide enough to be left alone. End of the over, 178 for 9. Well done to Lyndon. 10 overs, 2 for 42. Simple catch, as I say, to Verena. And Hampshire still trail by 155. And Kyle Abbott is sniffing a half century. He's on 49. Notts we may have that scenario where they do push them back to give him a single at the start of the over. If you're on 49 not out Kyle Abbott, are you taking that single?
Well, yeah, that's a good decision. Probably will do in the middle of the over, I would have thought. Probably wouldn't do first ball. I don't think he's that selfish. But I could be proved wrong, but knowing him the way I do, I don't think he will. I think he'll... I think... Look, they're having a long chat. Well, they're having a long chat as well, just to work out exactly how they're going to play it. And it is a difficult one. My guess is he will just play the first 2 or 3 balls, and then we'll really see what's going on.
You know, are we right to presume that Sonny's batting at number 11 for a reason, or does he have a great deal of pedigree?
Field scattered, apart from a couple. But does take... Oh, no, he was going to, and then he decided against it. So the first ball is a dot, gone out to deep point. Kevin Howes has taken more sweets from the counter behind us.
He's very welcome.
178 for 9. How many overs left in the day? 52, nearly 53.
Yeah.
Plus 2 more days.
2-day finish, Kev.
Well, blimey, that'll be some game. That'll be some win. Hutton bowls, he's given himself some room, hammered that away through the covers. It's 4 runs, and there's Abbott's 50. 53 from 36 deliveries. Kyle Abbott raises his bat and passes the half-century mark for Hampshire for only the 9th time in his 108th match for the club. Never made 100. Got close, made 97 against Somerset a couple of seasons ago, I think that was now. I have to say it'd be some knock and some working of the strike if he gets close to that today. It sends another fielder out into the deep. Now everybody apart from first slip is back on the rope. Hutton bowls. Abbott again gives himself some room, hammers that out exactly to where the fielder has just been pushed out to at deep extra cover. And Abbott moves on to 54, 183 for 9. Welcome back, Kevin Howes.
Gee, he's one of those cricketers where you can never write off a team. Is that too much? I don't think it is.
Well,
I'm talking about, in fact, he'll do stuff that the others, the character, the spirit of the fella. Just wonderful.
Well, good players thrive in adversity. That's when you know, they're good players for a reason, and now you're seeing it. You know, he's above this situation. It's a dire situation for Hampshire. It's 150 exactly now. The 50 and 5 for as well. 50 and 5 for, yeah. Hutton's already running in before Sonny Baker was quite ready with the guard, but he's there, drives and misses. But you do, that's why you have your big players for these situations where they do seem to find something that, you know, nobody else can.
That's why I enjoy watching Liam Dawson play cricket. Yeah. I mean, you know, not in his day-to-day as such, but that's why I like it's slightly different, but in terms of personnel, because they're the younger bunch in many ways. But you know, Nottinghamshire, the way that, you know, you're not writing them off. They've got runs now, sort of late order, middle to late order, and everything.
Yep. Hutton runs away from us once more. Bowls to Baker. Baker leaves that alone. Outside the off stump.
I mean, 150 behind and all that. The game's going to take a natural course, isn't it?
Yeah, but you see again, you know, that 80 runs too many.
Yeah,
80 off that, you're 80 behind here.
Which
isn't the end of the world.
Are you seeing much difference in any conditions, pitch? I mean, where are we now? 46th over?
Yeah, I mean, the ball's still bouncing, isn't it? Still going through nicely. The heavy roller hasn't had an effect at all, really.
I don't think so.
Baker is forward. Some good bowling. It was some good bowling from Hampshire as well. It was just the catch and let them down. Freddie McCann, of course, was awesome, which can often be the difference. But, you know, you look up at the board and you're 150 behind, which in this game is a long, long way behind. If it was a little different, and it should be at this stage, really, about 70 behind, that's not the end of the world.
Really interesting game. Very interesting game. Yeah. At what point did you dismiss any thoughts of follow-on being enforced? Because I was doing other things. Were you talking about that?
Well, Dave, I think he's right. I don't think they will, but I don't know. Knots, but also there's so much time left in the game.
That's what, yeah.
And 3 seamers, Dave's right. But I've given up trying to predict.
Oh, I mean, it's not predicting, it's just playing the game, isn't it? Enjoying the thoughts of would you, why wouldn't you, and all that sort of stuff. Abbott's on 54, goes forward to that one, very nearly gets an edge. There's still a slip in there at the moment off the bowling of James, who's taken 2 for 42 from 10.1 overs. Yes, so much to enjoy about this one. But this pitch, gosh, created some wonderful, entertaining cricket.
Great pitch, isn't it? Not sure the wicket keepers would necessarily agree.
No.
I know Ben Brown didn't exactly enjoy it yesterday.
No.
Very end looked like when he took one into the stomach last over.
Yeah.
Verena, sorry.
Abbott facing 54, not out. Works that one into a gap, but they're not going to take any runs here. Just got 2. Is that 2 or 3 balls into this over now? It says 2 on the board. Is it ticked over? Just 2. Into this over from Lyndon James. Mid-afternoon, coming up towards 3. Day 2, round 6. All sorts of stories associated with this game. I mean, there's the Abbas return against his former team. He's taken 5 wickets, bowled absolutely beautifully. James in and bowls to Carl Abbott, who punches that one, but for no run again because he's just wants to keep the strike and see if he can find a better gap to get himself a boundary. And also keep the strike a bit out there. But still, you know, one of those underlying stories that people are looking at is it's Nottinghamshire, where they are in the table, top of the table. Such a good start for them. Can they keep that going? Change of personnel. I'm really liking the look at that batting order, though. I really am. I know the bowlers have done such a good turn for them. This is worked away by Abbott. Moves on to 55. He'll take the single there. 184 for 9.
Follow on saved.
Well, it is. And a knowledgeable ripple. However, I think we're a little bit beyond that, aren't we? That's it. But fair play. But it's this. Did you use the word awesome innings? I think that's a really good word for McCann yesterday.
Yeah, was. Chanceless.
And you know, Hasibah Mead's had a good start of the season. Ben Slade, that's a good top 3 they've got now. Baker is facing, ducks out of the way of that one. He does his job very well.
Expect one back.
Well, yeah. How many balls left here? One ball left of this over.
When you bounce a quick bowler, always expect to get it back with a little bit of interest.
Do not sleep well tonight. Mind you, what's he going to get here? He's got one more to face in this over. This is his 6th ball he's faced. Sonny Baker, and it's Lyndon James bowling. All right into the body that time. I don't know why I'm laughing. It's very cowardly of me. 184 for 9. Abbott on 55. Trail by 149 runs on this beautiful, glorious afternoon. Yes, I'm looking at that. Because Notts have struggled for runs, really. I mean, and that middle order, you know, they've got players in there that real quality. Clark, Haynes, Verena, obviously. But they're back down here, and yeah, that's shaping up nicely. So if they can keep it going with the bowlers, getting some wickets as well, which is of course one of the strengths they've had at the start of this season, I can't really see why they're not going to be able to maintain a very strong interest towards the top of the table and taking us into September. But we wait and see. Time will tell. And in this match, they're still in a very good, strong position, obviously.
Yeah, come off the back of a win into this game. Big win against Sussex by 9 wickets here 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
So momentum's with them a little bit, isn't it? Here's Brett Hutton to Kyle Abbott. Just the slip in, everybody else on the boundary. Abbott's on the back foot. Nice backward shot, but it's going out towards extra cover. Somebody enjoyed that.
I think it's the Where's Wally gang.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. All right, that doesn't take anything away from them. I mean, it's still encouragement.
And what was the encouragement there? I didn't quite work out why the applause was.
Well, just because he wasn't out, I guess.
Ah, right. It's Hutton again. Bowls and Abbott hits it hard, straight down the ground for 4. Bigger cheer there. Oh, of course, it's the guys with the red and white striped.
Well, I've got it right. And that's
stripes
Where's Wally, isn't it?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I was just trying to work out what that was all about, and I remember now what Dave said. Are they here as on a stag thing? Are they?
Well, I don't know why they're here, but I mean, and maybe they always get dressed up like that.
Yeah. They look like a bunch of convicts, actually, don't they? Up in the Fox Road stand there, away to our left. Here's Hutton again. Short, pulled away by Abbott. That's going for 6. He's got hold of that. More cheers from our group to the left in the red and white. Abbott moves on to 65. 44 deliveries. That's all he's faced. 194 for 9. Hampshire trail by 139. I'll go back and say what I said earlier. That should have been that deficit now probably down to 60. Which again puts a totally different complexion on the game, because if a wicket's to fall shortly, that's still a big gap. Here's Hutton again. Into Abbott, length ball. Abbott just turns that away on the onside. He'll get a single. Well, that's got the loudest applause, that backward defensive.
You know, every ground I've been at, I think's had a. I'm going to go with you on the fact that it might be a stag do, and I think every ground I've been at on a Saturday this season's had such a group in, enjoying it, making a bit of a racket.
Great, isn't it? It's lovely.
I think it's fine.
Yeah, of course it is. 195 for 9. Abbott's on 66, but now it's down to Sonny Baker to keep out these last couple of deliveries, and reinforcements in the slip area have arrived. 3 slips now for Baker. Ring of fielders to make sure he faces at least 2 balls, doesn't get away from the strike, but I don't think they would take it anyway. Baker is forward, nice forward defensive.
Solid. That should have. Where's Wally gang should have been up on their feet for that one.
Yeah. Don't appreciate a good forward defensive.
No,
do they?
Yes, that's a blow.
They're not true cricket lovers, are they? Really, if they can't appreciate a forward.
Maybe
defensive.
they're especially Carl Abbott fans. You never know. Following up and down the land.
I don't remember them.
No, I think you would.
Yeah, I think I might have just noticed them in the past. Hutton, what's he going to bowl here? Length ball. Another good forward defensive there from Sonny Baker. End of the over. Hutton has completed 17 overs, 2 for 90. Hampshire 195 for 9. Abbott is 66. Baker has faced 8 deliveries. He's not off the mark. That doesn't matter. And the deficit now is 138.
And a nice reassuring and encouraging thumbs up from Kyle at the other end to him as well, saying, "That's my man."
Rooted behind the crease at the non-striker's end. Yes.
Keep it going.
You keep playing those forward defensive, son. Or Sonny.
God, I've enjoyed these couple of days.
Yes.
Scores: Yorkshire 6 without loss. Second innings, lead Essex by 99 runs. George Hill. Oh, you've got an update to do, Dave. Oh, come here. I better move out. Move in, move out. No, you take this headset. I'll give you all the other tantalising scores in a few moments' time.
Joe on the email, soncricket@gmail.com, says, sadly missed this morning's session, but been tuned in since lunch. Thank goodness for Kyle Abbott. What a match he's having. Is it too much to ask this last wicket pair to get us to at least 1 batting point? Is that 250, the first batting? Yeah. Well, that might be too much. But while they're out there, there's always hope. That's turned away on the onside, although not convincingly on the leg side. Oh, they're warming up over there. I think I very nearly said a maker's name, brewery, but I'll just say the alcohol may be just starting to kick in. I'll leave it at that. Well, I was going to say something that I wouldn't normally have said, actually, a certain well-known whiskey brand. And I just stopped just as it was on the tip of my tongue. No, it wasn't that one. And apologies for if you've heard Kevin Howes in the background. Other whiskies available. That's a forward defensive. Thick outside edge, ball runs towards a third. You can go right the way through the whiskey brands. I'll have to keep saying other makes available. And then that'll make great listening and viewing. Well, we really should be admiring Kyle Abbott's innings rather than naming as many whiskey brands as we can. Or you naming them. I don't drink the stuff, actually. No. Nobody cares, anyway. Here's Lyndon James. One slip in for Abbott. Bowls. Abbott gets a full delivery. Drives, hits the stumps at the bowler's end. But nobody's running. Mike Williams, sunnycricket@gmail.com. He says, with Surrey conceding an uncharacteristic number of runs and Essex looking weaker than in recent years, this is Mike Williams, Hampshire's fragile batting looks like letting them down yet again. Unfortunately, Mike's in Dorset. 195 for 9, which I think yesterday probably would have been a fraction under par, but when you're facing 333, Hampshire's still very much under pressure. Now, a chat between Hamid and Lyndon James at the top of his mark.
Yeah, I don't like this, Kev. Fourth ball of the over, he's just going to push it and take a single, and 2 balls at Sonny Baker then. We're just doing an update for Radio Nottingham in a second. Here's Lyndon James. Fourth ball of the over then, bowls to Kyle Abbott, and there is the gentle push down the ground for a single. So Notts will have 2 more shots at Sonny Baker to try and wrap up this innings. 196 for 9. 137 runs between the two sides. Either side of lunch, Notts have blown away the middle and lower order of their guests this week. So 3 back in the slip cordon. Clark, McCann and Haynes. Here's Lyndon James then to bowl to Sonny Baker, wide of the former Somerset man and through to Verena. One ball left in the over. Can Notts make this count? Yeah, good afternoon, Dick. Notts on top here. They scored 333 yesterday, and either side of lunch they picked up 4 crucial wickets, really just to wreck the Hampshire middle and lower order. The visitors at the moment 196 for 9. They have saved the follow-on, and they're currently 137 behind. They've got into that position, really, thanks to Kyle Abbott. He got 5 wickets yesterday for Hampshire. He's 67 not out. It's some really big blows in a last-ditch attempt here to get Hampshire up to some sort of challengeable score. Star of the day so far for Nottinghamshire is their debutant Pakistan test bowler Mohammad Abbas with 5 wickets against his former county, one of which was a superb catch in the covers by Farhan Ahmed, who's just coming on for his first bowl of the day. Hampshire 196 for 9, replying to Nottinghamshire's 333 all out. So for the first time, we've got Farhan Ahmed. We're just about halfway through the day. 49 overs remaining.
We have music. We had music, and now we have no music.
It wasn't very appropriate, was it? Because it was men at work.
Well, that's speak for yourself. I was thinking very appropriate because it's a bit of an Aussie feel to it, you know, Aussie and cricket and the sun shining. But yeah, I know what you mean. Anyway, back to
So word association, cricket. You think Australia straight away?
Well, I do really. Well, I think sun shining Australia and all that sort of stuff. Yeah. Now here he comes. Here's your man. Go. We've got so much to look forward to from him. Farhan Ahmed in around the wicket, in bowls, and Turned away by Abbott, who's on 67. So we've got listeners calling out for 250 for a batting bonus point. We've got Jamer, who quite rightly pointed out he's not got a century yet. Got close on 95. Will those things happen? 97. Beg your pardon. I've taken 2 off him. Beg your pardon. Let's see. In the match, Hampshire trail by 137 runs with 1 wicket standing in their first innings. Ahmed around the wicket again. Big strike. Now, how far has this gone? All the way for... No, it's been caught. And it's McCann. Sorry, he was out of my sight down here to start off with. He's gone for 67. And Ahmed, with just his second ball, has taken the wicket of Carl Abbott. And it's all out for 196, trailed by 137. I thought he had got a lot of that, but it just falls just in front of us. And the man who's played such an important part in this match, McCann, takes the catch. Carl Abbott was out there 66 minutes, 51 balls, 8 fours, 3 sixes, and he was going for another big one there, but couldn't quite clear over the top of long on. So that is quite a gap between the two on first innings, and as we said, not a real sign of this pitch altering a great deal. I presume that we're going to get and see the heavy roller on again.
Kev, I think we're going to get Mohammed Abbas to lead Notts off quite rightly. 15 overs, 4 maidens, 5 for 31. His figures on debut. As I say, it's the 3rd time this season already that Notts have had a debutant pick up 5 wickets in his first bowl. Fergus O'Neill and Josh Tong doing it, and now Mohammed Abbas, and he's got the ball. I don't know if he's the sort to take keepsakes and pop it in his cricket bag, but he's holding the ball aloft and gets a very generous round of applause, and very much looking forward to seeing what he can do during the remainder of his time with Notts.
The trouble that I would imagine for Mo is the fact that if he does that, he's got quite a bit of excess baggage to pay. He's making his way back home, but you never know. Well, I was going through those scores, which I'll just do now. I don't know if we're going to take a bit of a break. But anyway, Yorkshire 6 without loss, second innings away to Essex. They lead by 99 runs. Worcestershire 8 down, still trails Sussex by 172 at Hove, 112 for 8. Warwickshire still batting on at 588 for 5. And that includes Barnard not out 152, Malik's on 52, Barnard 157 should I say, Malik on 52, they're the not out batters. We've had a Latham 184. Surrey have got their work cut out away from home this season, they really have. But of course there's a lot of runs. Warwickshire's bowling has perhaps surprised a few people. It can be quite threatening, so let's see how that plays out. Surrey, not a definite draw, but they've got about well. Jason Roy, of course, under a bit of pressure. Not played red ball cricket for 5 years. He's in that Surrey lineup. Elsewhere in the second division, Kent, oh my gosh, 18 for 3. Finch, Compton, Belldrummond, all of them out against Glamorgan, who made 549 for 9 in that Glamorgan innings. Ben Kellaway scored 181 not out. Did a good turn for them earlier in the week. Now with the bat performing well. Northamptonshire at home to Lancashire, they're 12 for 1 and they trail Lancashire by 26 runs.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin, for the time being. The players have left the field. They'll be back out there in 5 or 6 minutes time, and when they do, we'll come back and tell you the story of what's happened so far today and look ahead to the Nottinghamshire second innings. Notts have a first innings advantage of 137, having bowled Hampshire out for 196. We'll be back shortly. Well, welcome back, everybody, to Trent Bridge. Umpires White and Kettleborough on their way back out to the middle with Notts in the next minute or two, about to begin their second innings. They've got a first innings advantage of 137. Notts made 333 yesterday. Hampshire bundled out today for 196, with Mohammed Abbas taking 5 for 31. A couple of wickets for Lyndon James, a couple for Brett Hutton, and one for Farhan Ahmed, who was belatedly perhaps introduced into the attack, and just his second ball got the wicket of Kyle Abbott. I thought for a moment that we'd got another ball coming through the window here in the commentary box. It was a big high blow from Kyle Abbott, but didn't quite have the distance on it, and Freddie McCann took the catch on the long on fence. Will be the regular openers, Seba Mead and Ben Slater, to get things up and running for Notts. They put 62 on yesterday. It was a fairly torrid opening hour and 20 minutes that they were together, with Kyle Abbott bowling at his liveliest best. Notts will be dearly hoping that he's expanded an awful lot of energy in that little batting effort there, and that he's not quite the formidable presence he was yesterday, but somehow I expect him to be. Actually, yes, he is out there. I was going to say, for the moment I just couldn't see him, but yeah, there he is out there, number 87. Imagine he'll make his way down to the far end to have a bowl. I'm Dave Bracegirdle. Welcome back. Kevin James here with us, and Kevin Howells also for this little passage of play to see how this unfolds between now and the tea break. Really important that any chances that come Hampshire's way, I think, Kevin, need to be held, really, just to restore a little bit of belief and confidence in that slip cordon.
Exactly the right words, Dave. Confidence, because the match situation obviously is not helped by the drops. It's just they do not want this to sort of be in their mind, not only in this game but in weeks to come. Brad Wheel, who I thought was unfortunate not to get more wickets, obviously, in that first innings, he's going to open up proceedings. Will you be taking the first ever? No, you've asked me to. Well, that's fine. I feel quite loose. What are you laughing at? Yeah, I look loose. I feel loose. And we're ready to go. 3 slips. Hamid is facing the first ball of this Nottinghamshire second innings. They're in front by 137. Wheel bowls to him now. Driven. And that's a lovely drive for 4. If that's a statement of intent in this innings, oh my gosh.
You remember yesterday he got off the mark with a 4 first innings, but that was a snick between first and second slip.
That was a glorious drive. So Nottinghamshire lead by 141. Yeah. Overall, a chat for a very short time of whether the follow-on would have been enforced or not. Well, this is going to take a natural course, and still very much conditions favour the bowlers. Hamid will try and make a nonsense of that if he can, and up onto his toes to steer it to backward point for no run.
So if Notts get 260 or so, as he's stating the obvious, they'll have a lead of about 400. You'd imagine that would be above and beyond. So 260, got 46 overs today, and still 2 days left in the match.
I agree with you, because as I say, the thing is, there's nothing to suggest that it's getting any well, not that much easier, if at all easier, to bat here. And that would be a very sizable lead. I'm very astonished if they get that, actually, but we'll wait and see. 2 attempts, and the second attempt gathers the ball as it's driven there on the offside. And it is stopped in the field by Mark Stoneman. And for me, that is where Hampshire have got to sort themselves out. They're full of talent, and Stoneman is a talented, wonderful, experienced batter, but they've got to sort out that top order of the batting to give their bowlers, who are still a tremendous group, something to work with. That to come for the rest of the season. That one is past the off stump and through to the keeper. And no run. So we've got... Sorry, Dave, go on.
I was just going to say, I've just noticed another flag, got the binoculars, right up at the far back of the...
what is it? What's it?
Well, it has got the white Hampshire rose in the centre of it, but yeah, and the crown above it. I'm not familiar with the sort of the MCC colours with the Hampshire logo on it.
Hamid on 4. Next ball bowled and defended. Again, looks quite sharp ball that from Brad Wheel, but kept out by Hamid. It's not getting any better for Kent. 4 down, 23 for 4. Glamorgan made 549 for 9. Keep an eye on all those scores as they make their way into what's supposed to be one of the better days for batting, a second day. I wonder how often that really plays out. Not too often. Northampton 20 for 2. Wheel bowls. Well wide of the off stump. Comfortable leave for Hamid. 4 for no wicket. Lead of 141 runs. Northampton 20 for 2. Trail Lancashire by 18 runs. So they're not mucking about down there either. They're getting on with it. Those wickets, 1 for Bailey, 1 for Williams. That's Vasconcelos and Bartlett are the batters who were out.
Kyle Abbott, as his dedicated fan club in the Fox Road stand, the Where's Wally gang. If you were with us 15-20 minutes or so ago, you'll have heard them cheering every blow that he hit. Number 6 on for Hampshire, is that John Turner as a sub at the moment. I don't know who's just popped off, just dashed away down below us, but John Turner out there as the substitute fielder. He's on the leg side within chatting distance of umpire White, and it will be Ben Slater to renew rivalries with Kyle Abbott, who nearly got him a couple of times yesterday. First ball just outside the off stump and through to the keeper, Ben Brown.
I mean, it's difficult to know how knowledgeable or not the Where's Wally gang are, but you don't have to be that knowledgeable about the game. I think you could almost turn up at a game and Kyle Abbott out there, and straight away people would latch on to that sort of. There's something about this the whole way he goes about it. Just looking at him, body language. Obviously, the runs, against the run play a little there would have helped, but he's that sort of a character. You can latch on to him.
Comes in again, round the wicket. Slater playing and missing loosely outside the off stump. It goes through again to Ben Brown.
Big character, but big frame fellow as well. But yeah, I love the body language. I'm sorry to bang on about Liam Dawson, but I love the body language of Liam as well. I mean, such a fighter, whether it's bowling or batting. He'll scamper through for a single or something. He'll just be the chest out, bring it on again. Will be his body language.
Yeah, I felt he was a big wicket. It was a really good catch from Farhan Ahmed as Abbott comes in again. Slater will open his account, pushing this out just to the right of Dawson. It's a stunning catch from Farhan Ahmed, actually. The club have put a replay of that on Twitter, on X. Farhan Ahmed flying through the air to catch Liam Dawson, who, as Kev quite rightly points out, is a real scrapper, a real battler, and for as long as he was there, I thought Hampshire would manage to grind out enough runs to really eat into the Notts lead, but took a really good catch, and of course that was the one that brought up Mo Abbas's 5th wicket. There's Abbott in to Hamid, just clips it up to mid-on to Mark Stoneman, and there's no run.
Well, Kev's making the point, I think, that he thinks that Liam might be the player. He's on.
Yeah, Dawson's at mid-wicket.
With the sun.
So who have we got? We've got Albert, Preston, Fletcher Middleton out there. We've got Stoneman out there. We've got Sonny Baker.
You haven't said Fuller yet. I haven't spotted Fuller.
Here comes Abbott. Wide of the off stump and through to the keeper.
Was it Fuller who had at one point at least during the first innings a bit of a problem?
He certainly appeared to, didn't he, towards the end of the innings. He looked as if he'd... Well, whoever it is coming back now.
Okay.
5 without loss. 1 ball left in the second over. Hampshire player down below is ready to return to the field. As Hamid runs it down to third man for 4. We're thrown back. Is it James Fuller?
It is.
It will be thrown back down below us, and James Fuller comes on, and presumably subfielder John Turner goes off. 9 without loss.
Perhaps he needed a bit of strapping that he forgot to put on or something like that. I'm getting slightly obsessed with Kent. 23 for 5. Gosh. Glamorgan made 549 for 9 declared. Warwickshire batting on 615 for 5.
Notts have been on the wrong end of that sort of score at Edgbaston in the past.
I think Gemma, you're off there yourself for Warwickshire next week. Yeah. Sun is out shining beautifully across Trent Bridge on this Saturday afternoon. Wheel. Hampshire trying to fight their way back into this. Nottinghamshire lead 146 runs and 9 for no wicket in their second innings. And Wheel full length, Yorker length delivery into Slater. Pings that one back. He's one not out. Still got a lot of cricket to go before tea. Made a fatal error yesterday, which I'm not going to make today because I felt ever so rubbish after it. Lovely food, but went for the old scone scone, and let's not do that one today, Dave. But I went for the scone scone thing, and it was lovely, but really, I should have known better. So I won't be making that. Well, you say you have to. Nah. Wheel bowls, defended into the offside. No run.
If you didn't, they wouldn't do them, would they?
Well,
they presume they're not appreciated, so would no longer do them. So you have a responsibility.
They have a responsibility to a man of my age not to put such temptation in my way, is what they have. Tofu, yes. Bit of tofu for tea. God, nowhere near that, would you? You wouldn't. Right, Slater on 1. And Wheel turns, runs away from us. Shorter ball, but angled nicely by Slater. Don't think that's going to get all the way to the boundary. It shouldn't do. It's just pulled up just short. And the score moves on to 11 for no wicket.
Did you hear the couscous correspondent this morning?
Do you know, it doesn't surprise me that you had a bit of a go at somebody about couscous.
Well, fancy storing that up for a year ago. I messaged in and asked Dave Bracegirdle for his views on couscous, and he poo-pooed it. I mean, I don't know.
Slater's on 3. Wheel bowls and a lovely delivery. Oh, that's a beauty. Just a little bit of movement and a good length. Slater, no idea where to come forward, what to do with that. Manages to keep his bat out of the way, which is a good idea. And I heard you say that maybe this is so much of a man, such a bravery on your part. You say you might give it a go this summer, Dave.
Highly unlikely.
Really?
The word might was doing a lot of heavy lifting.
So have you ever tried it? Have you? Slater on 3. Oh, and another beauty. This time a little extra lift as well. Through to the keeper.
Probably in one of those boxes you get at the utility bowl for lunch.
Well, they do tend to look after themselves down there, yeah.
Might have been a bit of couscous.
A very close friend and colleague, he insists on healthy food provision. Yeah. That doesn't surprise me.
Quinoa was all the rage at one stage, wasn't it?
What's happening to the world, eh?
I don't know.
Crazy times. 11 for no wicket. A lead of 148 runs. Driven, full, beautiful, but it's not going to get any runs. Only gets as far as the mid-off fielder. And that completes the over. 11 for no wicket. A lead of 148 runs. So Mead on 8 and Slater on 3.
I did like the way that you uttered the word healthy eating, or the words healthy eating, with your right arm stretched out, pointing towards Kevin James, who came in and said, well, I had a pie yesterday and I really wanted another pie today, but I decided to have the curry instead. I'll have another pie tomorrow. I mean, there's your healthy eater, just to your right.
He's away from home, bless him. He wants some comfort food for you, isn't it, Jim?
It's Kyle Abbott into Hamid, beaten outside the off stump, goes through to Ben Brown. A little bit of atmosphere inside the ground from the Where's Wally gang. Who'd want to be sat near them? Everybody, of course.
Well, they're not. They're not annoying, are they?
No. They're not annoying me from here. No. I can imagine though if it was a sold-out match, and you happen to find yourself sat right next to them, you might be looking to move. Kyle Abbott bowls this wide of the off stump, again through to Verena. Not sure if Kyle Abbott's the sort to respond to all their cheering. Kyle, give us a wave and all that sort of stuff.
Well, not when he's... But if he found himself on the boundary, I'm going to guess, Kevin knows a bit, but I'm going to guess he would acknowledge them.
Maybe not when he's running in the bowl.
No, exactly. He seems a lovely lad, he really does. Mind you, I wouldn't want to face him bowling.
No, I wouldn't. Here he
That's
comes.
so lovely.
Again from the Stuart Broad end. Meads bowled! Neck and crop. He's got his 6th wicket of the match. What a match, in fact, Kyle Abbott's having. Asiba Mead has gone. And the Where's Wally crowd go absolutely potty away to our left. Notts are 11 for 1. They've lost to Mead, bowled by Abbott for 8.
I'd love to know if they are from Hampshire, if they're Hampshire supporters, and if they have always intended to come out and support Kyle Abbott today. I don't know, but they're loving it at the moment. Ooh, how high did that get up? He comes down very late on it. Hamid is out, but I mean this pitch. Now, of course, this morning we're saying it's just still going to be the new ball. Well, as it softens, it does lose some of its venom, but still it maintains. So far we've seen today, the pitch is still very much a bowler's friend, and that was another example of it. But terrific bowling, and then you answered your own question earlier, didn't you, about Kyle Abbott, the fact that he'd been out there and faced only a few balls and got a lot of runs. Would he still have that power and that strength to come bursting? And well, the answer is yes, and that is just, if nothing else, born out of character, born out of the fact that he thrives on these situations.
The other thing about that, again, Hamid was trying to get down the track to him and was almost on the walk as he was trying to play it as it went under the bat. Might be something that he has a little look at with the coaches and the analysts. Certainly the method, the idea to get down there and get to the pitch of the ball is a tried and trusted one, and it is the way Hamid likes to do it, but he did just seem to still be trying to get forward as the ball was going through him. Where is Freddie McCann, star of yesterday, ended the Hampshire first innings 20 minutes or so ago by catching Kyle Abbott, and now he's out there to face the big man. 11 for 1. Only in the 4th over. So this game rapidly moving on. We've had 11 wickets already today, and still more than 40 overs remain on day 2. Abbott to McCann. 138 yesterday. What will today bring? Abbott bowls, and first one is left alone. Never having been in that position to go out for a second innings, having made a first innings 100. I just wonder, Kevin, and I'm sure you're the same, just wonder what it feels like. I know everybody says you've got to start afresh, you're back on naught and all the rest of it, but it must be a very strange conundrum in your mind. And the other thing with yesterday, of course, he wasn't out there for the first new ball. They'd seen off Abbott and Wheel the first 80 minutes of yesterday's play when McCann got to the middle. This one's wide of the off stump, again goes through to Ben Brown.
Well, it's not going to do him any harm coming in on the back of a century, is it, in this situation?
Well, no.
And they seem fairly comfortable on those leaves there. And yesterday, you see, you're right. I mean, he didn't face that new ball, but it was still very difficult day's cricket for anybody batting.
Oh, yeah.
So it suggests to me that he's got a very, very sensible, intelligent head on those shoulders.
Final ball of the 4th over. Kyle Abbott bowls to him, and he's away with a boundary, just opening the face and running it down to 3rd. So Notts end the over 15 for 1. He did say in his close of play interview last night to the Trent Bridge media team that of his 3 first-class hundreds so far, that was his best. He said it counted as far more, even though the others were against Surrey and Warwickshire last year. September didn't mean an awful lot, I think he said, in terms of the match. And this one, he said, felt far more significant against a very good attack on a tricky at times surface.
Yeah, well, I'd be very surprised if he didn't say that was his favourite of It's just his 10th first-class game he's in.
Yeah.
We're going to see plenty more. So it's Slater with Wheel about to bowl to him, and bowls now. Comes down on the field, late chops into the offside for no runs. That lead 152. Hampshire know they need to keep plugging away here, keep looking for the wickets. If they could keep that lead somehow down to 250, 275, that would be a real bonus for them. But we wait and see. We've still got a lot of cricket to come today. We've still got a lot of cricket before tea, really. We're on the 9 overs after this one, before that break. And Wheel again turns. Radcliffe Road end. Bowls with width and cutaway. Lovely from Slater. That's going to be 4 runs. Width for him to play with. Wasn't so good from Brad, but came on it nice and quick.
Thanks to our friend Jacob Norton, it's something Kev was looking at yesterday. Flaggate. The red and yellow flag, says Jacob, you've just mentioned, is the flag of the county of Hampshire.
Well, there we
so
are.
That's up there at top right-hand corner, Kev, of the Larwood and Vos in the far corner.
I feel as though I should have known that. I don't know why I feel that. I didn't know the counties had flags.
There we are. It's on the live stream.
Yeah,
now.
no, I see it. Yeah.
Thank you, Jacob.
Indeed. Well done to those flying the flag. And Brad, you hadn't quite finished, so he's not bold. Making his way back to his mark. And have a go again. Worcestershire 134 for 8. Trail by 150 runs against Sussex. Yorkshire's second innings. Tell you what, it's slow going in terms of runs being scored. They're 18 for no wicket after 11 overs, Yorkshire. The lead of Essex at 111 runs. Slater is on 7, round the wicket, in the bowls, and taken low down by the keeper for no run. Don't forget the match is underway in the Vitality T20 Women's County Cup as well. Wins for Cambridgeshire already over Northumberland and Glamorgan over Sussex. The other matches are now underway and well underway. Yorkshire against Staffordshire, Leicestershire versus Cheshire, Oxfordshire versus Hertfordshire. Those are the matches played this afternoon. Slater on 7. Again, comes down late but successfully in terms of just fending it away. Bowling with 2 slips in at the moment is Brad Wheel in his 3rd over. Felt he should, and I'm sure he feels the same, should have more wickets in that first innings of Nottinghamshire. His figures in the end were 21 overs, 2 maidens, just the 1 for 78. It was Fuller and Abbott with the wickets, Abbott 5 and Fuller picked up 3. He'll be hoping for better fortune this time, and another good sharp fall delivery, which Slater does come down late on, but he keeps them out.
Yes, Brad Wheel had Lyndon James dropped on 29 by Tom Prest yesterday. One of the 4 drops that we were able to detect anyway.
1 ball left to this over. Wheel turns again, runs away from us, in and goes a little shorter this time, and Slater does pull his bat out of the way, but he was a little uncertain for a while. 19 for 1, and Notts lead by 156 runs, and Wheels got through 3 overs, conceded only 10 runs. Through to tea, that's what Nottinghamshire need to get to. And obviously, from a Hampshire perspective, wickets, as quickly as they can come.
Been a good day for Nottinghamshire, bowling the visitors out for 196 at lunch. Hampshire were 99 for 5, having started the morning 2 without loss. Abbas 3 of the morning's 5 wickets, got 2 more afterwards to finish with 5 for 31. Here's Kyle Abbott, top scorer for Hampshire with 67, and first ball of his 3rd over was past Freddie McCann's bat and off stump and through to Ben Brown. 3 slips in there, Preston, Albert and James Fuller at 3rd. Fairly regulation 6-3 field. Interesting that they The Hampshire 12th and 13th men have dragged deck chairs down onto the boundary edge down below us. It's quite a trek, I guess, from where they are actually changing, the old hospitality suites in this stand, as this is pushed out into the offside, running up and down those steps with helmets and gloves and towels and drinks and what have you. Going to take its toll on the backups, so nice to see they're out there ready to go on the boundary edge.
You seem to be forgetting they're half our age, Dave. It's fine for people of that age. You and me, we wouldn't want to be trampling up those steps. They're young.
But you know what it's like, don't you? Can you bring me a drink out? Can you bring me another helmet out? Can you bring me sunglasses out? Abbott bowls, McCann leaves alone. 19 for 1 as it goes through again to Brown. Tea is around about half an hour or so away, 8 overs after this one. Nottinghamshire currently leading by 156 overall. It's going to be a great position to take into day 3 seemingly, unless Hampshire completely dominate the final session of today. Certainly make a claim for them winning the first session of the match yesterday morning. But since then, Notts have fought back strongly and they're in the box seat at the moment as McCann runs this to backward point, fielded by Fletcher Middleton. You were right this morning, Kev, weren't you? You said, I've got a feeling about today. I've got a feeling.
Really?
You did when you came in. Yeah.
No, I was totally wrong. I had a feeling that the heavy roller and the weather would make a difference, but it hasn't. That's where I thought that. Well, yeah, that's what I thought was going to happen.
No, but we were talking about which match would take centre stage on 5 Sports Extras. This goes through to the keeper, and
I thought that.
I illustrated 1 or 2 other possible scenarios around the country from the other 5 games, and no, it's going to be here. It's going to be here. This is where it's going to be today.
Anticipation anticipation based on what is going to happen. So the other ones, wickets were falling yesterday, and you thought that probably would continue today, and it certainly has places like Essex. And
I mean, my hunch for the day was that Nick Gubbins was going to get a big ton, so that's that's how close I am to reality. Abbott bowls, Freddie McCann helps it out into the covers. And there's no run, 19 for 1 at the end of the over. Abbott 3 overs, 1 for 9. Brad Wheel 3 overs, none for 10.
There was certainly more anticipation, uncertainty about turning up here this morning than there would be, say, going to Edgbaston, where it was fairly obvious what was going to happen there today. But I'm still, for me in that game, it is how is Surrey going to cope with such a big score on the board? The fact they have lost 2 or 3 of their key batters for various reasons, and Jason Roy hasn't played red ball cricket for 5 years. He's only one of them, but interesting to see how they get on. Meantime, back here at Trent Bridge, that's driven into the offside for no run from Slater.
You wonder how long they're going to go on batting, actually. They're 653 for 5. Ed Barnard 174 not out. Malik, not too familiar with the work of Mr. Malik. He's 97 not out. You clearly want to see him get a 3-figure score, which I presume would be the first. So he's gone in at 7 in the order, Mr. Malik. Zen Malik.
And next ball is angled away for a single down to 3rd.
I think he played in the One-Day Cup last year against Notts at Rugby School, Zen Malik. Now we've seen his first name.
We got a very important 49 last week at Leeds, which was his first-class debut, and he is one of the players, and there are a few of them up and down the country now, signed from the work of the South Asian Cricket Academy. McCann on 4, up onto his toes, down towards 3rd. You were talking about, McCann and that century, and what's going through his mind. He comes back out to bat again. It's just from a distance. I'm looking at McCann, and from the word go out there, he looks so composed, so mature. he looks like a man who's just got a century in the first innings, but actually at the same time has forgotten about it, because it's just about next ball, it's about this situation. He looks really relaxed. Slater on 8. And again, I say again, he's managed to find the boundary here, because I thought it was going to be angled down towards that fielder at third again, but no, it's a little squarer, and there's plenty of space out there. And that's 4 runs for Slater. He moves to 12. Nottinghamshire 25 for 1.
The only thing I've seen startle him so far over the last 2 days, Kev James pointed out this morning, he was doing his media interview last night when the hover cover started up right behind him and he almost jumped out of his skin. But that apart, he's been totally unflummoxed.
Wheel to come around the wicket. 2 balls left of this over. This one is angled down to that area for a single. For Slater to move to 13. Take Nottinghamshire to 26 for 1. 163 in front. And Nottinghamshire in a good position. They came into the game in a good position, right at the top of the table, looking to maintain that. Stay in the fight towards the top. That's what they want to do. We've just got another 2 rounds before there's a break in the championship for the Blast, the T20 competition. Nottinghamshire want to make sure they're right there at the top if they can before that break. That's a good delivery from Wheel. The first one, I'm not too sure McCann knew too much about. It goes through to the keeper. 26 for 1, 163 in front. McCann on 5, Slater 13. Wheels bowled 4 overs, gone for 17 runs.
Just got a press release concerning the Blaze, the obviously women's team that are based here at Trent Bridge. Blaze all-rounder Orla Prendergast has returned home to Ireland for family reasons. Prendergast, who's in her 2nd season with the side, has been ever present so far this season as the Blaze have moved to the top of the Metrobank One Day Cup table. She'll miss the remainder of the opening block of 50 over fixtures, as well as the first exchanges in the Vitality Blast. So next ball is going to bring a wicket, and it's Kyle Abbott getting Ben Slater caught in the cordon, outside edge, and Kyle Abbott again, 26 for 2, the start of the 8th over. It's a catch by Toby Albert, and Ben Slater out for 13, and that's a really, really important blow. This game continues to move on apace. 12th wicket of the day. Slater caught Albert, bowled Abbott for 13. So just to wrap that up, Orla Prendergast is returning home for family reasons.
I think this is a low grab and a good piece of fielding that. So there we go. We were asking questions about how they're going to respond to the mishaps and the catches in the first innings. That was a good grab. Kept hold of that one.
Yeah, and that will send, as we said, the word confidence. That'll send confidence through the entire slip cordon and, of course, into the bowling unit as well.
I'm going to step aside here because this is actually quite an interesting little section for Hampshire, I think, leading up to tea here. I'd like Kevin James to come in, enjoying the talents, the skills and characteristics of Kyle Abbott as well as we approach tea, if that's all right. Kevin will come back in. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Kevin. 26 for 2. Nottinghamshire lead by 163 as Joe Clark, yet to reach 50 this season, makes his way out to the middle. He was out with 6.5 overs to go before tea here. Top score this season for Joe Clark's actually 37. Well, it's too good a player to keep missing out. Just wonder if he can go out there on this sunny Saturday afternoon and put a score to be proud of on the board. But terrific bowling again for Kyle Abbott. What a match he's having, Kev.
Certainly is. Just put the ball in the right place. Keep bowling in the right areas.
And he comes then to bowl to Joe Clark, who gets a long way down the track. He'd not done that so much this season, but in previous years he's another one who likes to get straight out of his crease and down towards the quicker bowlers.
Now, there's still plenty there for the seamers. We've seen it throughout the game. Keep putting it there or thereabouts. There's a bit of extra bounce. Even the odd one that keeps a fraction low. little bit of nibble. You don't have to do anything special, just keep putting it short of a length straight.
Kyle Abbott, a master of that type of delivery. Bowls again, Clark works it away square on the offside. Fletcher Middleton doing the fielding.
Yeah, I'm afraid that, you know, if this way this game is, you know, if it keep going the same way, I'm afraid that first innings is going to cost Hampshire here. I mean, that 137-run lead really should have only been around 57-run lead, and then all of a sudden Notts are 26 for 2 with about an 80-run lead overall in the game. We're all of a sudden thinking, whoa, we're a bit nervous here. We need to keep our heads down batting. At the moment, it's a healthy lead, 163.
Abbott to Clark, again, well out of his crease as he defends. You know, week in, week out. The coaches talk about the value of first innings runs. Well, it's almost flipped round in this game. It is the first innings runs that Notts got, but they've got there helped by those drop catches rather than by their own efforts. Certainly Freddie McCann was a man apart in the first innings with his 138, second top score 33. Shows the difference. Abbott, the only other player to pass 50 in the game, bowls this one wide of the off stump and it goes through to Brown.
Yeah, I mean, my fear is that Hampshire could still bowl Nottinghamshire out 150. You know, the way things are out there, you wouldn't rule that. And yet, the fact that Notts got about 82 many in the first innings.
Last ball of the 8th over. Abbott with figures of 2 for 9, 5 for 57 yesterday. And Clark able to shoulder arms. Goes through to the wicket keeper. So 6 overs to go until tea here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Solent Sport, on Trent Bridge Live, on your smart speaker. Ask BBC Sounds to play Nottinghamshire versus Hampshire Day 2, if that's your preferred method of listening to the commentaries. Glad to have you along. Kevin Howells, Kevin James, Dave Bracegirdle, thanks for all your correspondence today. We try and keep up with the tweets and the emails as they come in. Sometimes they take a while and you get a whole glug of them all at once, so if we miss one or two, I apologise for that. We've got a bowling change. James Fuller into the attack, Kev.
Yep. Can I just say to Kevin House, I am going to have another scone at tea time. They were so good. And I will bring you one up. Just to tempt you. They're huge. With mountains of cream, mountains of strawberry jam, Kev, and butter. I'll put some butter on for you as well. Warm.
It's a long time between lunch and your evening meal if you don't.
Fuller's around the wicket then. And McCann just push drives that out to mid-off, and there's no run. You were saying about McCann earlier. I think what he is very good at is that he seems to know where his off stump is. A number of times we said, especially when he's faced Kyle Abbott, where even when the ball is shaping into him, he's still left it alone, and it looks very close, and probably is very close, but I think on this pitch actually, if you can leave well just outside off stump, stands you in good stead. Here's Fuller, bowls, wrapped on the pad there. I think that's going down the leg side. Full delivery, just sliding away.
Big night of sport in Nottingham tonight. Notts County are at home. 8 o'clock kickoff in the football, in the playoffs, but also in the arena. Be a lot of people about for you guys. There's a big boxing bill. Nottingham's Lee Wood fighting for a world title. Sell out. Well, I think there was 1 or 2 tickets left, but big boxing bill on tonight.
Driving through the covers and through the gap, and that's 4 runs. Over pitched from Fuller, a little bit wide. McCann once more showing that he gets a good stride out. And I had that neatly covered.
T says, Dave, given my past history of superb match predictions as regards to this game, I've not got a Scooby. Thank you, T.
I think my route back to the hotel takes me very near the Notts County ground. I better be careful, wouldn't I? Careful? Well, I don't know. How rowdy are the supporters? It literally took me outside the ground. Fuller, length ball, played out to cover. I've just got to disappear from it.
30 for 2. Kev just doing an update for radio listeners in the south. Won't be the happiest of listening for keen Hampshire supporters who haven't been necessarily following the action on this second day.
You'll talk about Carl Abbott from beginning to end of the report.
Well, why wouldn't you? Accentuate the positives. James Fuller to Freddie McCann. McCann runs this to backward point and there's no run. 30 for 2. Guess it is worthy of note if you guys are either driving back to your digs or walking back to your digs. The traffic congestion might just be a bit of a hindrance for you.
I'll cope, Dave.
Yeah, still very much a
I'll get by.
As well, because we've already into the third innings of the match.
Lots with 5 bonus points from this one. As Fuller bowls, McCann pushes it into the covers, fielded by Stoneman, no run. Notts 5 bonus points. Hampshire with 3.
Are you not tempted to go to the game? Your club, you've been with them this winter, haven't you? Well.
Let's see when we finish. I've got my pass here.
Right.
30 for 2.
Deserving of a place in League One, Dave? Or would you like to see them? Let's take another season.
Oh no, I'd like them to go up. Whether it will happen, I don't know. There's Kyle Abbott in and past the outside edge of Clark's bat and goes through to the keeper.
They're at home as well tomorrow.
Forest return tomorrow afternoon, yep.
And what's at stake for them? Quite a lot, isn't there, still?
Yeah, European spot.
Well, you say that. Isn't it about half of the Premier League could be in the Champions League?
Well,
what a nonsense
they're right in the mix, yeah. Next ball on its way and driven down the ground by Clark for 4. That's a lovely looking shot for Joe Clark to get himself off the mark and take the score to 34 for 2 and the lead up to 171. Yeah, it's a local derby tomorrow. They play Leicester City and
oh gosh, really?
Yeah, so they tend to bring.
Now that one we need to be careful on, Jim.
They tend to bring 1 or 2. 34 for 2. We're in the 10th over. Fine shot, fine way to get off the mark for Joe Clark. Driving him down the ground for 4. In comes Abbott. And, Clark leaves this one alone. Did you accentuate the positives as Kev suggested?
Yeah, I said Hampshire are in a pretty good position. At the moment, they're only 171 runs behind. Kyle Abbott bowling nicely to go with his fabulous innings of 67. If Hampshire could just pick up a few more quick wickets.
8.
8 wickets in about the next hour, then they're in the box seat.
Yeah.
What a report that is. So you can imagine how you can turn things around.
A comfortable little run chase over the last 2 days.
Yeah, comfortable run chase. 2.5 days to get them.
34 for 2. Kyle Abbott bowls. Clark again looking to get down the track to Abbott and drive him. Just pushes it to mid-off and there's no run. 34 for 2. It's not been wall-to-wall sunshine today. It's very pleasant, don't get me wrong. It's a nice day, but the sun keeps disappearing behind the clouds, and we have little fallow patches like we've got now, where the ground is just suddenly, in comparison, it descends into gloom. There's Abbott. Once more again, Clark down the track, pushes it back past Abbott, but there's plenty of cover there, including Mark Stoneman, who eventually picks the ball up, and there's no run. 34 for 2.
Still enthusiastic, the bunch. What are they? Oh, Wally. No, Where's Wally? Where's Wally? Is that comic book? That was Wally, though, wasn't it? A Scottish character, cartoon character. Was it the same thing?
No. Was that Our Willie or something?
Wally or something, wasn't it? Our Wally. Wally.
No.
Yeah, that's not the same. Where's Wally is what? What's that then?
I think I can tell him where Wally is.
Yeah, tell him where Wally is. 34 for 2. Clark drops it on the leg side. It's like a single taken. It's like picture puzzles. You will get a book with a picture, and you've got to find where Wally is. So it's It's a cartoon character with a red and white hooped. Well, you either want to know or you don't. With either a red and white hooped top on, glasses and a bobble hat, and he will be somewhere on the picture, but it's deliberately done so it takes you a long time to find the character. Where's Wally books? Yeah, all right.
No, I'm interested. Honestly, I get it.
35 for 2.
Are they books, or they're inside a magazine or something, or they're books?
Yeah, Where's Wally book? A Where's Wally puzzle book.
Yeah, okay. Here's Fuller. Bowls. Length ball to Clark. He's in behind that one. Plays that up to Kyle Abbott. They are so enthusiastic.
Somebody's just told them they've got a mention on the radio.
Yeah. I'd quite happily go and sit over with them for a little while.
Well,
tea time, I might go.
Take them a couple of scones. Take them Kev's scone at tea.
Yeah, that's an idea. It's good, actually. It does give a bit of atmosphere to the ground. There's actually not a bad crowd in today, isn't it?
That's pretty good.
Yeah, here's Fuller. Right arm over. Fuller delivery, and that's driven. And again, Kyle Abbott's in the game at mid-off. They've taken Kyle to their hearts. He hasn't. I haven't seen him respond yet. He's got an opportunity now at mid-off to just turn around and acknowledge him. He hasn't yet, I don't think.
You know, it's Kyle, give us a wave, and then you can see if he's going to respond or not.
He's looking over there, is he? No, he hasn't. No.
They're singing about him now.
Yeah, he's got his hands on his hips, looking the other way at the moment, towards the action. As Fuller comes in again and bowls. Length ball, which is played out to cover.
Producer Kirsty says if Kev goes and sits with the Where's Wally crowd, she'll send a cameraman to film it. Thank you, Producer Kirsty.
Oh, gosh.
And then we can play the game Where's Wally.
Who's the Wally?
Rod George, it's our...
I'll have a think. I might do, actually. Here's Fuller. That's played late. Worked down to third man by Clark. Moves on to 6. 36 for 2. The lead is now 173.
Now, Nick Morell has got more books than the British Library, almost literally. He says, amongst my 21,000 books, Dave, there is a Where's Wally. I can't find it at the moment. And sadly, that's true. He says, thank you, Nick. 21,000 books.
Ooh.
That's a collection, isn't it?
That's more than some libraries, I imagine.
Yeah.
Round the wicket, Fuller to the left-hander, Freddie McCann in, bowls. McCann's on the back foot. Nicely played through point, that's 4. Lovely timing. Played that very late indeed.
He's like a young Kevin James.
What, he's left-handed? That's a lovely shot.
We've got BBC Radio Nottingham in our ears, so we'll just do a quick update. 3 overs to go until the tea break. McCann up to 13, 40 for 2, the lead 177. There's Fuller to conclude the 11th over. Bowles, and McCann again eases it into the offside. The sun hat wearing Liam Dawson, distinctly fed up with life, does the fielding. End of the over, 40 for 2. Yeah, this game's really moved on since I last spoke to you, Deke, an hour ago. Nottinghamshire yesterday, remember, made 333. Done really well with the ball today. Bowled Hampshire out for 196. I think the visitors were 9 wickets down last time I spoke to you. Well, the last wicket was duly completed. Farhan Ahmed, the spinner, coming into the attack, and with his second ball dismissed Kyle Abbott, who was out for 67. 5 wickets to Mohammed Abbas for Nottinghamshire on his debut. But then when Notts batted for a second time, they've already lost both openers, Ben Slater and Asiba Mead, out to that man Abbott, who's having a wonderful match for the visitors. But Notts very much in the box seat as we approach tea. They lead by 177 runs overall at 40 for 2.
Brad Wheels changed ends from the pavilion end, giving Abbott a rest, as that's played out towards point by Clark.
Or scones.
Or scones. What do you say up here?
Oh well. I'm definitely in the scones camp, and having spent a lot of years in Devon, I'm definitely cream first.
Fascinating. That's tucked away on the. No, well, I am. That's 4 runs, tucked away off his thigh pad. Joe Clark. I'm just interested in how they say it up in the East Midlands.
Well, I'm not entirely sure it's an East Midlands thing or not.
Is it a scone-free zone then?
No, it in the sense that you can say to person A, they'd say scones, person B would say scones. And
so
it seems
no
to be like that
definitive.
up and down the country.
Yeah, right. I'd love to expand this subject a bit
Yeah,
further,
well,
actually. Delve into it a bit more.
You are a wag.
Here comes Wheel. He's wrapped on the pad, nips back, bounces. Ball goes down towards Gully, harmlessly. 44 for 2, Nottinghamshire in their second innings. Kevin Howes is egging me on to ask more about scones. I just don't want to turn the watchers and listeners off. Really. Oh no! Now, Dave.
I've got my picture ready for tea. Then I'll pop that on for tea. There's some scones and jam for tea.
They are particularly large in the press room. Here's Wheel. Again, he's wrapped on the pad. Is Joe Clark. A bit high on the pad, probably on that occasion. Wheel yet to take a wicket. As Dave said earlier, both those wickets have gone to Kyle Abbott. 7 in the match for Hampshire's South African pace bowler. It's an interesting one. You've got Mo Abbas, who's taken 5 for in one innings. You've got Kyle Abbott, who's taken 7 in an innings and a bit. And you think when they were both on the same side, you can understand why they combined so well as an opening attack for 4 seasons. It's outside the off stump and left alone. Maybe what some people have struggled to understand is why they've been parted, which one or two have messaged in. I suppose it was inevitable that once Mo got 5 wickets against his former team, there was going to be a lot of questions. And why did we let him go? What was the reasons? Why on earth? But I think I didn't get too many of those in the first 2 or 3 games this season when Hampshire won the opening game of the season and battled back and fought really hard for a draw at the Oval, where we've traditionally struggled. Here's Wheel. Outside the off stump, good carry, left alone by Clark. 44 for 2.
Nigel King has sent an in-depth map of the British Isles with all the various areas and supposedly what each area calls them, and etc. etc. Thank you, Nigel. Thank you.
Please read it out.
Well, I can't read a map out, but it's different colours for different counties and how strongly they feel about whether it's scone or scone. yeah. There we are. I'll retweet that if you're interested. At Brace Cricket, if you want to have a little look at that. If you are looking at that, then you really need to find something else to do. Here's James Fuller round the wicket, bowls to the left-handed Freddie McCann, who pushes it out onto the offside, and there's no run.
I think that's one of those. I think you should save that page for a game that's meandering towards a draw on day 4.
No,
and then you would be able to read out absolutely everything on that.
There has been more conversations in this box about scone or scone, jam or cream or jam. There's that one, there's crackerjack or Blue Peter, and what's the other one? The cutlery drawer. How do you set your cutlery drawer up? Is it knives, forks, spoons, forks, the little spoons at the front, etc., etc. As McCann again drives elegantly through the offside. Lovely stuff this from Freddie McCann, and away for 4. Fabulous cricket from the 20-year-old, and he's on to 17, 48 for 2.
Here we have it, the middle, with one of the brightest young prospects in England cricket. And we're talking about scones or scones or cutlery.
Your cutlery drawer, it's an important thing. Fortunately, we've only got a maximum of 10 legal deliveries to go until the tea break. I think we've gone off early for a few sessions, haven't we, already in this match? We did it at lunch. There's one yesterday as well. This is turned on the leg side by McCann for a single. 49 for 2. Might have been lunchtime yesterday, was it? There's been a feeling that a wicket's gone down in the last over before an interval 2 or 3 times already. 49 for 2. Visitors will be hoping that continues. Seems like this game has really moved on this afternoon. 7 wickets already. As this is guided down by Clark to the third man for a single. 50 for 2. At lunch, Hampshire were 99 for 5. They added another 97 before being bowled out for 196, and now Notts are 50 for 2. So since lunch, I'm going to struggle here, Kev. 97 and 50. 147 for 7 this afternoon. 147 for 7. I don't think anybody can complain about the lack of entertainment this afternoon. This one wide of the pegs and goes through to the keeper. A lot of that was provided by Kyle Abbott, of course, both with bat and ball. He was top scorer for Hampshire. 67 for him. Came to the crease relatively early on in the post-lunch session as Toby Albert for 0 and then James Fuller for 5 went quickly. But Kyle Abbott got to grips with things before being last out. Notts with a first innings lead of 137. It's now been stretched to 187. Fuller to McCann. Pushes it out to Dawson, end of the over. 50 for 2.
Yeah, there was a bit of urgency when Abbott got to the wicket, wasn't there? That 42-run partnership with Liam Dawson for the 8th wicket in about 25 minutes, and then a 30-run partnership with Brad Wheel for the 9th. That was a 30-run partnership, and that came in about 20 minutes. So while he was there was some very positive stuff going on from Hampshire, but even then they were a little too far behind in the game to really make a dent into that deficit. But they got a bit closer than otherwise they might have been. But still paying the price for that Notts first innings total of 333, which is probably too many, and was too many, as played out on the offside by Joe Clark. I say, but taking nothing away from Freddie McCann, batting absolutely superbly, and he's batting very much in the same ilk in this second innings. Doesn't look in too much trouble. 18. As Brad Wheel has 2 slips as he turns from the far end of the ground as we look. Comes in. Clark leaves alone, quite wide of the off stump, that one. Wheels into his 6th over, none for 21. This will be the last over before tea. But what is, well, because we don't that much at mid-on at the moment. He seems to be the player there. Sonny Baker is the nearest to that group. I don't know if they might adopt him. Sometimes happen. I know the Hollies stand at Edgbaston. That's the place you don't want to be fielding in front of. I had my share of that a few years ago. As long as it stays good-natured, it's fine. But of course, the later the day in the day, it can turn a bit, as that's turned up towards mid-on. Kyle Abbott does field that delivery. 2 balls until tea then. Nottinghamshire very much in command of this game. A lead of anything over 250, 275, depending on how this pitch plays. But if it continues to play like this, I think around 275, certainly 300 is going to be more than a handful. Wheel. See Clark short, tries to pull that away, he's edged it through to the keeper, he's gone. The bounce has worked, Clark went for it. Little tickle down the leg side through to Ben Brown, and that will be tea with Nottinghamshire on 50 for 3, and Clark goes for 11.
Yeah, Joe Clark's miserable start of the season continues, and another wicket has gone down just before an interval, as was highlighting. Seems to have been a bit of an epidemic this season. Joe Clark caught brown ball wheel for 11 at the crease for half an hour, 27 balls, 2 fours, 50 for 3. So Hampshire will believe, and it does mean that 8 wickets have gone down in the session. Nottinghamshire lead overall by 187. With Freddie McCann still there on 18, as he was yesterday's, almost already looking at the stage where he needs a partner just to guide Nottinghamshire to calmer, smoother waters. Notts lead by 187 at tea. They're 50 for 3. The afternoon has moved on very, very quickly. Hampshire were 99 for 5 when we came out after lunch. All out for 196, and Notts 50 for 3, 2 wickets for Abbott and 1 for Wheel. Thanks to the two Kevs. I'm Dave. We'll be back in 20 minutes. I hope you'll join us then. Hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge. The players returning to the field for the last session on day 2 of this Division 1 game between Nottinghamshire and Hampshire. Wicket going down in the final over before tea, so we will have, as we had when returning from lunch, and yesterday, wickets going down in the final over before intervals. So an over to be completed by Brad Wheel. Notts made 333. Hampshire responded with 196, and Notts are 50 for 3 in their second innings. And it will be Jack Haynes, the new partner, out there for Freddie McCann, who's 18 not out, following on from his magnificent first innings, 138. If you're just joining us, and you'll hear sporadic cheers, as you can perhaps hear in the background now. There's a crowd in, dressed as the Where's Wally character in the red and white hooped tops in the Fox Road stand. And they've taken Hampshire's Kyle Abbott under their wing. He can do no wrong, and certainly in this match he has done no wrong. Followed up his 5 wickets yesterday with 67 with the bat, and has already picked up 2 wickets in this innings. I'm Dave Bracegirdle. Kevin Howells is not too far away. Kevin James is alongside me. There's 1 ball to go in this over. And we'll bring Jamo in, because Brad Wheel's already pounding down the runway to bowl to Jack Haynes, and the first ball that Haynes receives thuds into his pad, runs away on the leg side. 50 for 3. Scone or no scone?
Yeah, I feel about half a stone heavier than I did in the afternoon session. Dave, they are huge here. And yeah, I couldn't resist. Ralph Brooker has emailed over the tea break, suncricket@gmail.com. He says, hi Kev, Dave and Kevin. Enjoying the commentary. Always enjoy Dave and Kevin Howells on Hampshire Travels. Kev's alarm for the radio update is the same sound as mine to go to my neighbour to round up her chickens for the evening. Just getting used to the confusion. Ralph's in France. So I didn't hear it because I had my headphones on.
Was that? It wasn't my...
No, it was my phone one earlier.
Okay.
And Kevin Howells pointed out it was funny, but because I had my earphones on, I couldn't hear it. Which kind of is counterproductive, I guess. Here's Fuller around the wicket, bowling to McCann, who's 18 not out. He's forward. He goes out to Liam Dawson with his sun hat on. The only one of the Hampshire team in a sun hat. The rest have caps. Kyle Abbott at mid-on is looking round at those characters up in the stands. I think he must have acknowledged them earlier because they were cheering.
Yeah.
He's very much looking over at them at the moment, so having a bit of fun with them.
I wonder if he knows who Where's Wally is.
I might have to ask him at the end of the day. Here's Fuller driving and missing. No, he's got an edge and he's gone. McCann has gone for 18. Through to keeper Ben Brown. And wickets tumbling once more here at Trent Bridge. 50 for 4.
Well, it's astonishing the way this game is moving on so rapidly. That's 14 wickets already today, and still over 30 overs to go. With Freddie McCann not able to repeat yesterday's exploits. He's gone for 18, failed to add to his tea time score. Just pushing at that one, Fuller bowling round the wicket and just bringing it in on the angle. McCann pushing at the ball and nicks it through to Ben Brown. It was only a faint feather through to the keeper, but they all went up, and a clear nick, and poor old Freddie trudges off. So this game, I keep saying it's moving on quickly. Every time you say it, as soon as the words tumble out your mouth, another wicket goes down. 14 wickets today. Jack Haynes only faced 1 ball, and it should be Carl Verena, the Notts wicket keeper and South African Test batter, to come in next. Here he's on his way. Seems to be a bit of a danger in this game. Well, it won't happen, of course. I'm just saying this whimsically, if you like. There seems to be a bit of a danger this season that somebody will be timed out, because it seems to take them far longer to get from the hospitality suites, which are doubling up as the changing rooms, to get out there onto the middle. But here comes Verena, 50 for 4. Notts' lead is 187 with 6 wickets in hand.
Yeah. Effectively 39 for 4 when Hamid went with the score on 11.
We're on 5 Sports Extra, Kev, so if you're just joining us, welcome to Trent Bridge, where we just started after tea. Nottinghamshire were 50 for 3 at tea, and no sooner have we got underway than they're 50 for 4. Freddie McCann, who scored a century yesterday for Notts, has gone without adding to his tea time score of 18.
That's still a very good wicket to bowl on if you are a seam bowler. Good carry still, good bounce still, and still a little bit of nip. Sunshine out. Carl Abbott fan club still in the Fox Road stand, way to our left, and here's Fuller to the South African. Plays that off the back foot, out square on the offside. Well, the way things are going, the way things have gone today, 187 is a good lead. Ideally, up around 250, and if this wicket stays the way it has. We thought the heavy roller this morning might quieten things down. It doesn't seem to have done. Maybe another heavy roller might do, but unless this wicket calms down a little, then anything around 250 is going to be very, very difficult to get. Here's Fuller, wide outside the off stump. Again, good carry from a length. Ben Brown's, he's not the tallest, of course, but he's taken that between stomach and chest height.
It's been a tough match for both wicket keepers, hasn't it? Ben Brown and Carl Verreynne, although Verreynne's 2 catches today were probably the simplest he'll ever take in his career. Both of them just looped up off the shoulder of the bat, just absolute dollies high up into the air and lollop down into the gloves of Carl Verreynne.
He's Fuller in again. Bowls short, cut away, 4 runs. Short and wide there from Fuller, and Verreynne put that away with much ease into position very early indeed. 54 for 4.
Nice shot for him to get off the mark in the second innings. Mark the Mod's been in touch. A good afternoon all from sunny Sevenoaks in Kent. I'm back in the room after a few hours on the south coast down at Hastings. Have I missed anything? I think a lead of 250 at least is needed. That's what Kev was saying. Has any Notts debutant taken 5 wickets in their first innings before? Yeah, well, in the first match, Fergus O'Neill and Josh Tong did. First game of the season, Mark.
Verreynne drives, goes out to extra cover. Fielded by Mark Stoneman.
Don't think we both just have a check and see who did it in the first innings. Fergus O'Neill, 5 for 81 in the first innings against Durham, the opening match of the season. And when I get my notebook in order, we find Josh Tong. He was in the second innings, 5 for 66. So both marked their debut with fifers, as Mohammed Abbas has done today for Nottinghamshire against his former side. He finished with 5 for 31. But Kyle Abbott, you have to say, is pipping him. He's having a superb match. Here's Brad Wheel. Comes and bowls to Jack Haynes, yet to get off the mark. Pushes this back to the Scottish international. Kyle Abbott in the match has taken 5 for 57, scored 67, and has picked up 2 more wickets so far in this second innings. So those of you that play fantasy cricket, I hope you've got him in your team. Don't do that. I've never looked at that or know a deal about it. No.
He was in our team this morning with double Bs as well.
Certainly was. Yeah. The next delivery, and Jack Haynes, who only made 2 yesterday, shoulders, arms, goes through to the wicket-keeper Brown. 191 is the Nottinghamshire lead with 6 wickets left. There'll be a few butterflies in the Notts dressing room about the way they've let such a strong position potentially slip away from them. Mead out for 8, Slater 13, Clark 11, and now McCann 18 in this second innings. 54 for 4 as Wheel bowls, and Jack Haynes can't get this away. Played it down into the ground, and certainly from our angle up in the commentary box, looked to me as if it was going to be one of those that went down in the ground and bounced close to the stumps, but it landed in front of Jack Haynes, so no danger there.
Yeah, I think Hampshire, right at this moment, if they haven't done before, just ruin the fact that that first innings lead of 137 of not should have been far less, and then you're looking at a lead of around 130, 4 down. That's when the game gets really tight.
Wheel in. That's a lovely crisp drive, but it's nicely fielded by Brad Wheel off his own bowling. It was a shot that probably deserved to go past the bowler and all the way down to the fence at the far end, but you don't always get what you deserve. It does seem like actually 3 or 4 days ago, but it was only yesterday morning when we started this match, and so much has happened since then. But in the early exchanges, Hampshire's catching in the slip cordon was far from impeccable. 4 opportunities went down. Hampshire really missed an opportunity. I've not seen all sorts of early trouble yesterday. This one goes through to the keeper. They still managed to get 4 wickets before lunch yesterday, but had they struck as they threatened to do in those very early exchanges, it really could have been a wretched session for Notts. As it was, they managed to wriggle off the hook and ended up getting over 300 by the end of the day.
Yeah, when you see the way this pitch is played, Freddie McCann's 100 in the first innings, quite awesome.
54 for 4. Lovely day here in Nottingham. Next one's pushed by Haynes into the covers. The cloud cover was just starting to build a little bit towards the back end of the afternoon session, but pleased to say it's all parted again. We've got lots of clear blue patches over the ground. There's some wispy cotton wool clouds overhead, but the forecast indeed for all weekend is expected to be good. Kyle Abbott is very visibly communicating with the Where's Wally fan club, the Stag party, we can only presume, in the Fox Road stand. They've taken him to their heart and he to them.
Yeah, here's full of them. Comes in and bowl, short, pulled away, nobody down at deep backward square, and that's 4 runs for Carl Verena. Bit of a long hop, that one.
Yes, like most players, 5'5", 5'6", 5'7", not sure what he is, but something of that order. He's able to play the short ball pretty well, takes the hook on and executed that one perfectly, and Hampshire have responded straight away by leaving Liam Dawson out on the leg side fence.
Yeah, clearly a player that can bat as well as keep wicket. Here's Fuller, length ball, that's played out to point. Career average of 50 in first class cricket.
Yeah, not bad, is it?
Well, it's set for that, wouldn't you, a little bit, as well as keeping wicket. That makes up a hell of a player, playing his 97th first class match for Rayner. I thought Hampshire were lucky getting Ben Brown coming along the south coast, a good keeper that averaged 40. Yep. You guys have got a keeper, test keeper, that averages 50. Here's Fuller, left alone. Through to Ben Brown, 2 slips for Verena.
Elsewhere, Kevin, Division 1, Yorkshire 53 without loss in their second innings at Chelmsford, leading Essex by 146. At Hove, Worcestershire now all out for 180. Trail Sussex by 104. Sussex just about to begin their second innings. And at Edgbaston, Warwickshire declared on 665 for 5. Surrey just starting their 15 without loss.
Fuller in again to Verena. Verena on the back foot there, pushes that out to extra cover. Stoneman Fields.
Mustn't forget Division 2, where Kent are 64 for 5, just a little way behind Glamorgan, who declared on 549 for 9 earlier. And they're into the third innings at Wantage Road, where Northants are 70 for 4 second time around, leading Lancashire by just 32. So
that's a good game.
Yeah, so I don't think if you've got tickets for Monday for Wantage Road, you'll be needing them.
Probably the same here. Here's Fuller. Bowls, length ball. Verena is forward. Falls over.
Did that yesterday, didn't he?
Yes, he did. Yeah. He does that from time to time. Sonny Baker's another candidate for that. Not sure he did it in the first innings here, but the last game against Durham fell over several times.
Yeah, the old Mark Wood on releasing the ball. The forward momentum just took James Fuller straight into the ground. Had to do a little bit of a tumble turn.
Fortunately, he's okay. That's the main thing. Turns at the top of his mark, comes in again. Short, pulled away by Verena, deliberately kept down. Ball makes its way down towards deep backwards square leg. That'll be a single, which takes Verena on to 9. 59 for 4 at the end of that James Fuller over, who's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 24. 59 for 4, Nottinghamshire in their second innings, lead by 196.
Good crowd in today. There's been good following from the south coast. We can see at least 3 pockets of Hampshire supporters with different flags. There's some Nottinghamshire flags as well. Big fight night in the city. There's a flag there offering support for Lee Wood, who challenges for a world title this evening in Nottingham. Nottingham Forest flags as well. They're at home tomorrow. There might be 1 or 2 more of those tomorrow. And if you're with us up until about lunchtime, you'd imagine there'll be quite a few in the ground wearing the red shirts. Here comes Brad Wheel. It's bowled! Verena, who leaves it alone. It nips back and demolishes his off stump. And Notts lose their 5th wicket, 59 for 5. An extraordinary day of cricket with still 28 overs or so to go. And Kyle Verena, uncharacteristically, elects not to play and has been cleaned up for 9. Brad Wheel gets his 2nd wicket since tea, 59 for 5. Who was it yesterday, Kevin, the Notts side? Was it Verena yesterday? LBW to Kyle Abbott.
Yeah.
Not playing a shot.
Or did he come across the wicket a bit?
There was somebody that was out yesterday not playing a shot. And anyway, there's another one there, and it's Verena, bowled by Brad Wheel for 9.
Oh, wasn't it Patterson White bowled?
It was.
And
it
Eddie's
was.
Bappin,
Yeah, it's just left it alone. It's nipped back and it's hit roughly towards the top of off stump and has completely flattened it. So 59 for 5. First innings lead was 137. And doing the Rachel Rileys quickly, the lead is 196.
Well, the wicket is still giving plenty of help to the bowlers, and I'm afraid 196 is a pretty good lead at this stage from what we're seeing, and we've seen all day and most of yesterday.
Yeah, that was just a complete error of judgment, though, wasn't it? That was a wicket you shouldn't really see on any day of watching county championship cricket, but just every now and again a batter will take it upon himself to have it firmly in his mind that, I can leave that one alone on length or line or both, and it was just a misjudgment from Verena.
It's a good chance Hampshire are going to be batting again tonight, isn't it? That's incredible.
Well, we're only that was the first ball of the 18th over. Lyndon James is the new man. He was one of 3 yesterday to be dismissed for 33, joint 2nd top score. He's got out to the middle, and maybe he's just been rushed in getting out there, because having got out there, he's taken his helmet off and he was fiddling about with the straps and just checking it, but seems to be okay. 61st first-class game for Lyndon James. 5 centuries, top score of 164 not out. And he's about to face Brad Wheel. It wasn't too long ago that Lyndon James was bowling to Brad Wheel. In fact, he got him out, caught by Verena. There's Wheel in, and the first ball just sort of fended off his ribs by Lyndon James out on the leg side. Ian Warrington's been in touch at Brace Cricket. This must have just come in before that wicket. 14 wickets already, Davey says. Still variable bounce out there in this game, unlikely to go into day 4. It's 15 now, Ian. Thanks for getting in touch at Brace Cricket. 59 for 5. As Wheel turns. One of those clouds has just got in the way of the sun again, and this is too wide. Lyndon James happy to leave alone. Lead 196.
That's because a couple of the Hampshire boys are over below the Where's Wally group. It's mainly Sonny Baker that is there, but a couple of the support staff are walking around. That's That's where the attention was directed to.
Here comes a wheel again in his 8th over. Figures a 2 for 21. Inside edge there onto his boot. Saved Lyndon James. Fullish delivery from Wheel, who's looked in good rhythm here actually in this spell.
Yeah, he's been bowling well this year. And hasn't always recently picked up the wickets that he's deserved. He had a really good start to the season, 4 wickets in each of the first 3 games in a single innings. But he's been bowling pretty steady.
Yeah, he's right on it here. It comes in past umpire Kettleborough, and Lyndon James blocks it up to mid-off. Mark the Mod's been back in touch from Sevenoaks. Will Kevin be booking out of his hotel tomorrow morning like Adrian Harms did from Sussex a couple of weeks ago? Well, Adrian was, he was in 2 minds, Adrian, and then he brought all his gear here and promised to ring the hotel by 2 o'clock if he wanted the room, or didn't want to ring the room, didn't want the room. In the end, it was the wise decision to check out. It was done in 3 days. Don't know if this one will be or not, as Wheel bowls a bouncer, and it's struck Lyndon James somewhere around about the shoulder. He's okay, and it just for a second looped up towards the slip cordon, but pitched well in front. Not sure what it came off, but no discomfort for Lyndon James. It wasn't the helmet. There's nobody getting overly animated about whether Lyndon was struck on the lid or not. He's okay. End of the over, 59 for 5. Brad Wheel, 8 overs, 2 for 21.
It's funny, I was actually thinking about that as that message was coming through, because there's still 28 overs to bowl on, and the rate that wickets have been falling. So you wouldn't rule out Hampshire batting again tonight, in which case we will get a result tomorrow one way or another. As it hit him, struck him somewhere. The umpires are... He's just wringing out his left hand, Lyndon James. I think we might be getting a bit of treatment, waiting for the physio to come on. Yes, we are. Well, we do. Dave Allen, Hampshire's former honorary archivist, has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, you're reporting a lively and what it seems friendly crowd today. Mainly as the Where is Wally group away to our left. He says, different in 1922. Hampshire incredible.
Tell us about it, Dave.
Well, Hampshire bowler Jack Newman, one of only 3 men ever to take 2,000 first-class wickets without a test cap, did not like bowling round the wicket, but at Trent Bridge in 1922, he tried it and took so long organising his field that the crowd barracked him. He got so upset, so the Honourable Lionel Tennyson, the captain, took him off and sent him from the field. On his way off, he kicked down the stumps.
Oh.
It got headlines in the Daily Express, and it was in Newman's obituary in Wisden in 1974. It was very uncharacteristic. He was generally a lovely man, I believe, says Dave.
What was his first name, Mr. Newman?
It was Jack Newman.
Jack Newman.
Thank you, Dave. Dave's the only man I know that can have stories like that. Make it sound like he was around then.
Typical Hampshire thuggery, Kevin James.
Fortunately, I'm from London.
Lyndon James is okay. 59 for 5. Is this your end? Yeah.
Oh, is it? Right, Fuller comes in and bowls, and on the back foot there is Haynes. Plays that out to point. Gubbins is the fielder. I am amazed that the heavy rollers have absolutely had no effect whatsoever.
So how many lines and how many branches on the family trees would we have to go before we can find a link between Kevin James and Lyndon James, who's out there batting?
I suppose we're all linked somewhere along that line. Yeah. He's at the non-striker's end. It's Haynes to face Fuller, left alone. Good leave as it bounced outside off stump. Abbott with arms folded at mid-off. They're in the sun as well, are the Where's Wally group. It gets very sunny over that side of the ground, doesn't it, Foxstand? Way to our left.
It does, and conversely, as we look from the Radcliffe Road and the stand on the Bridgeford Road side as the roof on, they call that the fridge, because as you can see, it's not great radio, but as you can
completely
see, it's all in the shade over there.
As Fuller comes in and bowls and forward is Jack Haynes. That's why this morning, didn't they? The Hampshire fans divided, and it looks like they have the group of them are still divided, with some of them still in the shade on the right and some of them still in the sun on the left, and I think one of them is staying in our hotel, so it'll be interesting to see him if I bump into him tonight or tomorrow as to what colour he'll be.
Beetroot red.
Yes. Here's Fuller. Haynes plays that late into the ground, goes out to point.
Just had the binoculars on the Where's Wally group. There must be about 15 of them. There's not a drink in sight.
Ooh.
Which,
good effort.
Yeah. I think by and large, apart from having a bit of fun with Kyle Abbott, they are focused on the cricket. They're concentrating on the cricket, and they're enjoying themselves. And they've been here all day. It's not like they've popped in for half an hour on their way to somewhere else. They've just brought a bit of atmosphere to the afternoon proceedings, but they're certainly enjoying the banter with Kyle Abbott.
Not annoying anybody. Mind you, there's nobody near him. Here comes Fuller. Pulled away, hammered away over mid-wicket. Oh, that's very nearly 6. One bounce away to our right. My word, he was onto that early. Was Jack Haynes. And the Nottinghamshire second innings total moves on to 63 for 5. The lead now is 200.
Producer Kirsty says if you want to go over and see the Where's Wallies, again, she'll send a cameraman. I think the offer was there at tea time, Kirsty, but you'd gone missing as usual. There's me stirring it up.
That's cut away. Good stop at point. My word, that is a good stop. That saved 4 runs. Nick Gubbins diving low to his left. And I did say, and Dave will back me up, I did say that if Kirsty wants me to go over there, I will pop over there. So I need you to make it happen, Dave.
Well, there you are, producer Kirsty. He's willing to go over and have a little 5 minutes with them, with one of your camera crew. 63 for 5. Nottinghamshire. Lyndon James yet to get off the mark. Jack Haynes off the mark with a lusty blow. One bounce over deep mid-wicket for 4 runs. 63 for 5. Nott's lead is 200, exactly as new over from Brad Wheel begins with one wide enough to leave alone.
Just got to eke out another 50 for these last 5 wickets. Anything over that, it's been a very, very good position.
Nott's lead by 200. 5 wickets left. 6 and 7 at the crease. Well, in fact, 5 and 7 on the batting card. Liam Patterson-White due in at 8. Then Brett Hutton as Lyndon James. Little push into the offside. Fletcher Middleton was quickly to it, but by the time he'd stretched, picked the ball up and taken aim, he knew there was no point in throwing it. So the lead is 201. Liam Patterson-White, Brett Hutton, Farhan Ahmed and Mohammed Abbas, who I'm sure will have been a little nervous today about taking to the field and bowling for Nottinghamshire against his former side, but what a terrific performance. Got 5 wickets, this one. Just gets a little big on Jack Haynes, runs out off the top right-hand shoulder of the bat, and Liam Dawson has to throw himself down to the ground in the cover region to prevent any runs. Been an update for Radio Nottingham in a minute or two. This is the 20th over of the innings. Still got 26 overs to go after this one. Haynes on 4. Wheel bowls to him, Jack Haynes. There's plenty of gaps on the leg side, so just drops it away and walks a single. .65 for 5. Men out in this innings: Hamid for 8, Slater 13, McCann 18, Clark 11, Verena out for 9. Yeah, I've been speaking this afternoon about Nottinghamshire's position of strength. Well, that's been loosened somewhat, Deke, over the last hour because they're 65 for 5 in their second innings. So Notts have a lead of 202, 5 wickets left, but Hampshire have come roaring back in this, the Nottinghamshire second innings. A couple of early wickets for Kyle Abbott and then James Fuller and a couple for Brad Wheel since tea. Verena bowled, leaving one alone from Brad Wheel. Joe Clark out the final ball before tea, trying to hook a short ball down the leg side and just feathered it through to the wicket keeper. Freddie McCann, who made 100 yesterday in the first innings, only made 18. So it's Lyndon James and Jack Haynes at the crease at the moment, both relatively fresh at the crease. Lyndon James just beaten there. I thought for a second he might have nicked that through to the keeper. So a lot of cricket left today, potentially 26 overs to be bowled. Nottinghamshire 65 for 5, an overall lead of 202.
Consistently around 80, 82 miles an hour, that over from Brad Wheel.
Just thought about the final ball, it might just have clipped the outside edge, but thankfully from the Notts perspective and disappointingly from the Hampshire one, there was no contact on its way through to the keeper.
Shall we have a look at some other scores, Dave?
Is
it me? I can't remember. Fuller. Length ball. Forward is Haynes. It's gone out to Dawson. So quickly do some scores?
Yes, please. Yeah, sorry.
That's all right.
I'll tell you why I'm pausing. I'll be perfectly honest. I've just been sent. Here is the phone number of the leader of the group of the Where's Wallies, if you want it. And I was just mulling over in my mind what I can do with a phone number. Not a lot, really.
We'll go through a couple as Fuller comes in. Haynes is forward. That's a thick inside half of the bat as the ball works its way down to fine leg. Nottinghamshire on to 66 for 5, lead of 203. So Essex Yorkshire 65 without loss in their second innings. They lead by 158. Essex were bowled out for 123 a little earlier. Sussex are batting for a second time. Worcestershire bowled out for 180. Sussex 0 for 2. Here's Fuller. Oh, that's short. Bouncer. Haynes and Hughes have both gone for no score.
Oh.
Taylor and Allison with a wicket apiece. Bad start for Sussex in their second innings, but they lead by 104.
They've still got James Hayes, the Nottingham loanee, to come in at number 11 for them.
Yeah, he'll set another record, I'm sure, for a number 11 debutant for Sussex. And Surrey are 35 without loss, replying to that huge Warwickshire declaration of 6-6-5 for 5 as Fuller comes in again, and James is forward, just taking the bottom hand off the bat. Kent 78 for 5 in Division 2, replying to Glamorgan's 5-4-9 for 9. A lot of work for Kent to do there. And
that's understating things a little bit, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I suppose it is, really. Northamptonshire 83 for 4, batting second against Lancashire. They lead by 45, do Northamptonshire, with 6 wickets remaining. Here's Fuller, playing a missing again, Lyndon James. And there is some Vitality Women's County Cup second round games going on today. The third round, it's an FA Cup style competition. Third round where the Tier 1 sides enter next week. So Cambridgeshire will be in that draw next week. They'll probably be playing a Tier 1 county, maybe. They've beaten Northumberland. Glamorgan beat Sussex. Leicestershire have beaten Cheshire, as that's driven off the thick outside edge down to third, no gully. And that's the end of the over. 67 for 5 then, Nottinghamshire lead by 204. Very quickly, Yorkshire and Staffordshire are still playing. Staffordshire need another 90 from just under 5 overs with 3 wickets remaining. Looks like a win for Yorkshire there. Hertfordshire playing Oxfordshire. Hertfordshire need another 92 from 5 overs with 8 wickets remaining. I think they might struggle against Oxfordshire.
How's the ODI getting on as well? Netherlands playing Scotland today, aren't they?
Oh dear.
I think that's a close one.
Is it?
Lyndon James on strike, on 2. Brad Wheel to bowl to him and plays a little loosely there outside the off stump, goes through to Brown.
So, Netherlands made 282 for 7, which I think you might have mentioned earlier. Scotland, in reply, 223 for 6 after 43, so they need 60 from 7 overs with 4 wickets remaining.
Good game, good game, good game. Here, Notts looking for a partnership. Not really had one of any strength at all in this second innings. I think 24 is the highest in this second innings. Lyndon James solidly behind this, pushes it up to mid-off, and there's no run. Next week, Notts are away at Durham. It'll be the second time already this season they've faced a side from the northeast. Beat them here at Trent Bridge in the first round of matches. And Hampshire on the road again. They are at Edgbaston against Warwickshire. And Edgbaston has already seen a huge number of runs over the last 24 hours, so Kev knows what to expect next weekend. This one wide of the off stump.
Probably nothing like this.
Through to Ben Brown.
Sounds like completely opposite.
67 for 5. County Championship, 14 matches for each side at the moment, and I'm sure there's many out there that hope it will stay that way, at least for a while. Got the headphones on, can't quite make out what they're singing, but that is the Stag party as this is pushed into the offside. I'm told, along with the phone number I've been sent, in case I want to ring any of the Stag group. It's Will's Stag Do. That's what they're here celebrating. 67 for 5. Nottinghamshire has a couple of pigeons descend on the outfield to peck away at some newly some new seed that's been put down over on the far side. Here's Wheel into Lyndon James, plays this out onto the leg side, had to go high on his tippy toes there. Lyndon James to defend that short pitch ball from Brad Wheel. Wasn't tempted to take the hook on. Not seen too much spin in this game yet. Liam Dawson had 1 wicket yesterday, bowling Lyndon James. 67 for 5. Bouncer over the left shoulder of James and through to Ben Brown. Farhan Ahmed came on right at the end of the Hampshire first innings, and with just his second ball got Kyle Abbott. It was a big blow down the ground. I think we both thought it was going for 6, didn't we? But Freddie McCann, just inside the rope, took a good catch.
Yeah, there's a bit of bounce out there for the spinners, but really the seam bowlers are dominating. There's no turn, so why wouldn't you bowl the seamers? But Nottinghamshire have to be a bit careful. They've got sort of 3 front-line seamers. Hampshire seem to be reluctant to bowl Sonny Baker for too long. He hasn't actually appeared yet in his second innings. It was a while before he appeared in the first innings. So basically both sides operating with 3 seamers on a seamer-friendly pitch. Fuller bowls, length ball to Haynes. You can do no more than just get in behind and play defensively. Sonny Baker in the first innings, 13 overs in the end, but his was the least amount of the 4 seamers used. So we've still got just under 24 overs left in the day's play. Still an awful lot of cricket yet. As Fuller comes in again, full worked up to mid-on where Wheel fields. Kyle Abbott's warming up. More Kyle Abbott. As if he hasn't done enough in this game already. 7 wickets and 60.
Yes, we've had 15 wickets in 70 overs so far, so you'd imagine in the last 24 we might get the potential for 2 or 3 more yet.
Pitch inspector called after 1 more wicket. There's Fuller. Pulled away in the air, safe through mid-wicket. He's played that shot a couple of times. Jack Haynes through that area. He's on that very quickly once more. Fuller just guilty of bowling a little too short. 71 for 5. The lead now is up to 208.
Producer Kirsty's made sure to take all those cuttings of you over the last 24 hours saying what a good wicket this is, just in case.
Well, no, it's, I mean, listen, we all know it's, but
there's Exhibit A, Your Honour.
Yes, that's right. Not guilty. That's pulled away. He's fallen over again and he's followed through. That's along the ground this time, through the same area, mid-wicket, 4 runs. Haynes moves on to 14, 75 for 5. No, I mean, it's been a great cricket wicket, isn't it? I'm sure 1 or 2 of the batters will say, well, it's a little bit harder than we would like, but it's produced very watchable cricket. The bowlers have still had to bowl well, and bowlers on both sides have, which is why we're seeing wickets tumble fairly regularly. But as McCann proved, also bat on this as well. That's a cutaway off the back foot. That's a super shot. What a 3-ball combination off the bat of Jack Haynes, showing another side to his game. Off the back foot, crack that through point.
You're absolutely spot on there. They've all come out of the middle, all been proper cricket shots.
A little bit of a problem for Hampshire here because Wheel, I think, has come to the end of his spell, so you've got Abbott at 1 end. Now Fuller's starting to get expensive, 1 for 42, 1 ball left of his 8th. And that lead is 216, which is starting to get a little more than worrying from the Hampshire point of view. Here's Fuller, forward, going to take a quick single out to the left hand of Mark Stoneman. Good over there for Nottinghamshire, good over for Haynes. He moves on to 19, 80 for 5. A lead of 217.
Yeah, 13 from the last 4 balls sent down there. Almost like Jack Haynes was looking to protect Lyndon James. Just a very deliberate push and run from the final ball of the over to keep strike. It's going to be another one from Brad Wheel at the pavilion end here at Trent Bridge, now known as the Stuart Broad end, of course. 80 for 5, Nottinghamshire. They had a first innings lead of 137 after a day in which Hampshire, beginning on 2 without loss, were bowled out for 196. There's Wheel, passed on by Kettleborough, and first ball of the over just played straight back to the bowler by Jack Haynes. Bounces once, and Wheel grabs it with his right hand and then briskly starts marching back. Both sides have done okay with their over 8. Notts level, Hampshire +1, so no issues there. And all in all, it's been a very watchable contest. There's not been any periods where the game has just begun to drift at all. Wheel bowls down the leg side, pulled away by Haynes. His protection out there. It'll only be a single, 81 for 5. And the Notts lead is up to 218 with 5 wickets left.
Wheel had 5.5 overs just before tea when he picked up that wicket of Joe Clark. He's now into his 11th over, so we're getting up towards sort of 6 over spell here, with just the 20-minute break prior to his previous spell.
Wheel in short, pulled away by Lyndon James. Cries of catch it. It bounces once down at long leg. Who's that down there?
Sonny Baker.
In front of the Where's Wally crowd. Alan Surrey has been in touch at Praise Cricket. Now he's don't know how it's come about, but he's a Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club supporter, but also he's a Wimbledon Football Club supporter, or AFC Wimbledon, who play at Meadow Lane tonight. Seems strange, Dave, driving into the city, knowing for once I'm not supporting my home team. 82 for 5. This is run down to third man by Haynes, gets a single, 21, so he's arrived here watching a bit of the cricket, and then we'll go to Meadow Lane for the football playoff match tonight. One or two others just getting in touch, saying hello at Praise Cricket, and on the email solentcricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch. Kevin Howells is here, Kevin James, myself, Dave Bracegirdle, bringing you the action from the top of the table. I'll make no apologies for saying it. I can't remember the last time Notts were top of Division 1, but that's where they sit at the moment as Lyndon James turns this on the leg side, and who knows how long it'll be before we get to say it again. 84 for 5, but if they could go on and win this, they'll I think have made as promising a start to the season, I think, as many could have hoped. Yes, they've been helped by a fixture schedule which has found them playing 4 of their first 5 matches at home. That's of course all to do with the amount of cricket here through and beyond the summer months, as this is pushed into the offside. So Notts will have a lot of catching up to do on the road beginning next week. In fact, the next 2 weeks, away at Chesterley Street and then away at Headingley. That noise is a repeat coming from a Stag group away to our left, but they're well behaved.
Yeah, it's been brilliant. Yeah, it's lovely. It's added to the whole ambience of the game. Now, Sonny Baker is coming into the attack. Now, this is quite an important spell for the youngster.
Now, 2 Hampshire players have just gone off. I can see John Turner. I presume Felix Organ is out there. Yeah, there he is.
Wearing Turner's sweater.
Oh, or is it Felix Organ? Because he had his own sweater yesterday. It might be. Well, you would know better than me.
Well, I think that is Felix out in the deep, and it looks like John Turner's gone out to third. They've both got number 6 on anyway, but Felix normally wears a sun hat, so that looks like him, and it does look like John Turner down at third at the far end of the ground. Right, Sonny Baker, I need a good little spell here from you. Comes into bowls to Lyndon James. Hammers that away in the air, and it's gone to mid-on. He does it straight away. Lyndon James. Pull shot, never got hold of it, and Liam Dawson's taken a low catch at wide mid-on, and that's the 6th wicket down now at 84.
Oh, we shouldn't be surprised, should we? We've reiterated just how fast this game is moving forward. It was a loose nut from Sonny Baker, short of a length. It sat up, Lyndon James on the pull, and to be caught at mid-on trying to pull it through mid-wicket will tell you that didn't quite get hold of it. It was low down. It's a good catch. It's always had a fine pair of hands. Liam Dawson dived forward and hung on, and really important for Sonny Baker right at the start of his spell to pick up a wicket there and have that little bit of confidence. Didn't get a wicket yesterday, 13 overs, didn't bowl a maiden, didn't get a wicket yesterday, and the fluctuations of a bowler. 13 overs yesterday, wicketless. Not a great deal of luck, and today comes on and a slice of luck, but also, just the absolute exhilaration of getting a wicket first ball just when his side needed him. And Liam Patterson-White comes out now just when Notts need him. He got 33 yesterday, left-hander. Definitely a player worth putting in the all-rounder category. Does have a first-class 100, of course. Liam Patterson-White can certainly play, and he's out there to join Jack Haynes, who's played some lovely shots himself. He's on 21. 84 for 6. The lead 2-2-1.
I'm told the pitch inspector's got his thumb ready on the speed dial. Straight through to Trent Bridge. 16 wickets have fallen today. I can't emphasise so much how Hampshire said last night it was 80 runs too many, and it was. And yet you take 80 off 2-2-1, you're looking at a lead of 160 with 4 wickets remaining. I mean, what a cliffhanger that would be. I still think 2-2-1 even now is a good lead, and that will increase by however many, who knows, but I think I would rather be the side with the 221 lead right now. If it was a 160 lead, I think it would be a little different. Here's Sonny Baker around the wicket. Patterson White works that to mid-on.
Here's one for you. Looking at the scores at Edgbaston, Warwickshire and Somerset, they should play days 3 and 4 of that match here and days 3 and 4 of this one at Edgbaston.
I know which matches I'd rather watch, and I've always said it. Yeah. And last week was hard. Hampshire Durham at the Utilita, that was a hard watch. This is completely different at the other end of the scale. Baker around the wicket to the left-hander. Patterson White plays inside the line. Good delivery, just shaping away a fraction, or shaping, going straight. The fan club are right behind Sonny Baker here. He's been fielding just below them actually for quite a large part of the afternoon, as much as they've been supporting Kyle Abbott. I'm sure they've more than noticed Sonny Baker, who's been the closest fielder to them for most of the Nottinghamshire second innings. 84 for 6, 2-2-1 lead. Here's Sonny Baker again. Every run is vital here, every wicket is vital, and he's playing and missing. This is great stuff, and it's helped with those guys. There's no doubt about it. I mean, they're creating the atmosphere. There's tension out there in the middle, no doubt about that, because of the match situation. But there's also atmosphere outside of the playing area.
Yeah, I mean, in this scenario where you're getting playing and missing and lots of oohs and ahs, you're not going to get that from the not supporters because they're all biting their nails or sat on their hands or whatever. There's not enough Hampshire supporters on their own, and they're spread around the ground, even though there's a goodly number of them here, to make that sort of row every time the ball beats the bat. So collectively they're doing it.
Well, Baker bouncer, not hard to duck underneath that one. Guaranteed to get bounced when you bang it in halfway down on this wicket. Into the 25th over of the Nottinghamshire second innings, and there is still 21 overs left, which is still an awful lot of entertainment to come yet.
I'm going to say, how many wickets does that equate to? Well, probably a couple more. There'll be one in the final over of the day, we know that. There's been one just before every session break so far.
Baker with that little skip at the top of his mark, runs away from us, bowls, length ball, forward, hits high on the bat as it goes out to point. Good over from Sonny Baker. It's a wicket maiden to start his spell in this Nottinghamshire second innings. Looks like Kevin House is going to take over from me for a little while.
Thanks, Kev. Put a solid shift in this afternoon, and no doubt enjoyed seeing Hampshire create a little bit of havoc either side of tee, and now looking to create a bit more havoc. Here's Kyle Abbott, 5 overs earlier, getting rid of both openers, and Mead and Slater, 2 for 14. And Kevin Howell's back alongside.
They've got another favourite though, haven't they? Sonny. They like Sonny.
Singing his name. It's Will Stag do. We were.
Will?
I've been sent the phone number for the leader of the group, or whoever's.
And we can join them later on.
Well, I'm sure.
Hey, Gemma, what do you reckon? Oh, this is me. Sorry.
Yeah,
Kyle Abbott in and bowls. The only thing about the Stag do. He'll push into the offside. I don't know. That's not for me to speak for Kevin. He's a lot younger than me in spirit and heart, but I think it'll be a bit too much for me. I might join them for a pizza. I imagine every stag do needs a pizza at about 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening just to settle the stomach a little before they move on.
Well, say about the binoculars on them. I can't see a drink between the whatever there is, 12 or 15.
If they're foodies, I'll be with them all night if they like their food. 84 for 6 meantime, Nottinghamshire here and bowl. Angle down towards third. And that is off the bat of Haynes. And he moves to 22 and takes Notts to 85 for 6. A lead of 222 runs.
So where's the balance of power at the moment then, as our
Nottinghamshire
independent observer? Okay.
Yeah. The balance of power will only change in the Hampshire second innings, final innings of the match, Don't ask me to tell you at what point, but that is the only time that it could change, because at the moment, and Kevin has been saying, I know you back him up on this, 222 looks a very good lead here already. But it could change, depending how things went in that final innings. You never know. Abbott around the wicket, in and bowls, a lovely delivery, and that's one of the reasons why you think 222 is pretty decent. But what wonderful bowling to watch. I've got so excited, ridiculously, embarrassingly excited about the lift and carry we've seen. So, no, it's just been terrific stuff, hasn't it? When you see the keepers challenged as they have been, really, and at times literally taken off their feet and all that sort of stuff. It's great to watch. Patterson White, though, may not be seeing it quite as enthusiastically as I am at the moment. He's on naught, 85 for 6. Abbott comes around the wicket and defends solidly. Back up to mid-off. Yeah, so it was a great game. Really enjoyed this one, and couldn't agree with you more, which is always a sensible, I think, thing to do. In terms of take this one over Surrey 52 for no wicket after Warwickshire declared at 665 for 5. But Sussex, drama at Hove, 18 for 3. Lead Worcestershire by 122 runs. Kyle Abbott comes around the wicket. In the bowls and a play and a miss from Patterson White. To be on typical stag party, stag do entertainment, this, isn't it? The thrills and spills of bowling like this on a pitch like this. Terrific stuff. Yeah, so 18 for 3 Sussex. They lost. They were actually at one point 0 for 2. Lost 2 wickets in 2 balls, but of different bowlers. Patterson White facing as Kyle Abbott in and worked away onto the onside, and that completes that over. So 85 for 6. Patterson White is still on 0. Haynes on 22. The Nottinghamshire lead 222. What else we got for you? Northampton 102 for 4. Lead Lancashire by 64. Kent 109 for 6. Make that 7. It's just ticked over. 7th wicket has fallen against Glamorgan, and that means they trail by 440 runs. Could it be Glamorgan who could get a first win of the season? The Yorkies 80 for 1. Lead Essex by 173. I mean, there you got some low scores, but by gum, it's slow tempo scoring as well.
Yeah, and it looks like Scotland are going to come up shy in that ODI against Netherlands. They need 45. They've only got 16 deliveries and 2 wickets left. Sonny Baker, what a start to this spell. He had a wicket first ball of his second overs, just guided by Jack Haynes down to third man. We'll get a single. Moves him on to 23, 86 for 6, and everybody swaps over for the left-handed Liam Patterson White, including umpire Kettleborough. Going from square leg to square leg, you very often, especially at this time of day, see the umpires stay on the Bridgeford Road side of the ground. They're generally looking towards the sun on the other side, but seems to have disappeared a little bit. There's Baker. Going to go round the wicket to Patterson White. Still on 0, faced 9 deliveries now, and his 10th delivery is also a dot ball. Runs it up to Kyle Abbott with the sunglasses on the back of his Hampshire cap. 86 for 6 in this innings. Hamid out for 8, Slater 13, Freddie McCann for 18, Clark 11, Verena 9, and Lyndon James for 4. So there's only Jack Haynes reached 20 so far. Tells you a little bit about how tricky it's been. Brett Hutton doing next. I'll tell you all you need to know about where the Nottinghamshire batting order is and who's to come. Brett Hutton, and then just Farhan Ahmed and Mo Abbas.
But this is ideal circumstance for somebody in that position to go in there and, I don't know, someone get a 25 or a 30. Could make all the difference.
Well, Kyle Abbott went out there.
Nothing
I know
to
he's
lose.
A little bit better, I suspect, than many in the lower half of Nottinghamshire's order, as Patterson White drills the ball down into the ground, well fielded by Baker. But Kyle Abbott went out there with a very positive attitude, didn't he, from the start, put bat to ball, and almost transformed the second part of the Hampshire innings, got them up to a much higher score than seemed likely at one point.
There'll be Kev mentioned this, but there'll be an awful lot of eyes and ears on Sonny Baker in this situation to see how he responds and how he performs. Looking for a bit of maturity along with everything else in his performance here.
He comes again, energetic approach, arms pumping, delivers a ball which Patterson White pushes out into the covers, fielded by James Fuller, one of just two now wearing a floppy sonnet, I think so, yeah. Liam Dawson the other one.
This stag do has been deliberately placed by the ECB to test Sonny Baker's temperament. How does he respond? Match situation and to a crowd that could distract him a little, but they're not, of course they're not.
As Kev said a little earlier, it's not quite the Hollis, is it?
Thank goodness.
Full Hollis stand on finals day. There's Baker. Sets off again. Sun shining once more. Bowls whipped onto the leg side by Patterson White, and from his 14th delivery he's off the mark. That concludes the 27th over, so he'll keep strike. Nottinghamshire 87 for 6. Jack Haynes been kept off the strike for a little while. He's on 23. Liam Patterson White has a single. Notts lead by 224. And in terms of the bonus point situation, they have outscored Hampshire in this game 5 points to 3. But there's a bigger prize at stake here, you fancy. There's going to be a positive result one way or another, and Nottinghamshire can add to their 2 set to score, then things will be congested once more right at the top of the table.
Sun shining, looks glorious out there as Carl Abbott in the bowls, lift and carry through to the keeper, well past the off stump. Tom Taylor took 5 in the first innings for Worcestershire against Sussex. Already picked up a couple of wickets there in that. Sussex score is 27 for 3. I mean, the context of that also is following that defeat to you, Dave, here at Notts, where they're going to bounce back because they made a good, strong start to the season. Can they keep that going? Some might have thought. Worcestershire, there's a very good chance of doing so because Worcestershire have struggled, but they've got a battle still. So, Abbott bowls. That was a little Fuller. And through to the keeper. Taken by Ben Brown. Still bowling with 2 slips in. Why wouldn't you? Because there's still plenty here in this pitch. It's not maybe quite what it was 11 o'clock yesterday morning. It was not far off. Not far off. I swear that green had disappeared at one point and then it's back again. That must be my eyes. Abbott around the wicket. Bowls and whipped away. Nicely played. Gloriously through the onside by Patterson White. Punch of the gloves. That's 4 runs. He moves to 5. Nottinghamshire 91 for 6.
Mark the Mod's been back in touch. £8 for a pint of shandy. What are those Stag lads on today? Unless they were in the TBI earlier. That's the Trent Bridge Inn behind us. Like I mentioned, Mark, I've looked a couple of times and none of them seem to be either holding glasses or cans or anything.
They'll be like me. It's best stay off the alcohol if you like me, because I constantly go around like I've down 3 pints. So a real one on top of that. Now they're having a great time. Well done, the lads. So, ball makes his way back round to the bowler. As I say, 2 slips still in. Patterson White's on 5. Played a glorious shot there. Trying to square on the leg side. Carl Abbott looking to add to his number of wickets this match, and driven straight to the field at extra cover this time for left-handed Patterson White. And no run.
One thing it's always retained here at Trent Bridge is the fast outfield. I know the boundaries are relatively short compared to 1 or 2 grounds around the country, but it's always a lightning fast outfield if you can beat the inner ring.
Well, got a century earlier today. Burns has gone for 27. Is it J. Roy in next? No, he's batting middle order. Next ball bowled onto his toes, kept down well. Is there a fielder down there? Oh, big cheer for Sonny. There we go. All he did was pick the ball up, but still he did it with such grace and aplomb. 92 for 6.
Textbook fielding.
It was, and from a knowledgeable crowd, he got the response. As he was approaching it, he probably thought to himself, "Oh no, what are they going to do here now?"
He doesn't want a skyer in his direction, does he? You don't want to be on.
I think we do.
He doesn't.
No. But that would be a good test. Once we've got a little bit of jiggery pokery going on here with the field. Is it players coming off and on still? Is that Fuller? Is that Fuller been off again? Or was he just changing to a leg slip area?
Yeah. It's not the end of the over, so I don't think there's been a replacement. It's just a change in field setting.
Yeah. So Abbott comes over the wicket in now to Haynes, and that's driven very nicely by Haynes, and that's going to be 4 runs. It's an on drive, and he moves to 27. And here, Nottinghamshire. I mean, they talk anyway, Nottinghamshire, apparently, about the value of every run. Well, there really is a value on every run here. At 233, the lead. 96 for 6, Patterson White on 6, Haynes 27. Jason Kerr, the Somerset coach, the other day they pulled off, pretty unlikely victory as it was, because they were so far behind against Essex. He said, we have this mantra, we always say it in the dressing room, no matter what your position, you can win a game of cricket. Well, at this stage, Hampshire are not totally out of it, so they've got to be having similar thoughts, but they are a long way behind.
Yes, if they could get the job done tonight and start afresh tomorrow morning, whatever their run chase is, I'm sure there'll be real positivity in the Hampshire dressing room. 2 full days left to chase down whatever not set them. There's Baker round the wicket, nice and full, strikes him on the pad. Suspect he was sliding down. Brown, the wicket keeper, the 2-pronged slip cordon, all appealing, going up in support of Sonny Baker. And Patterson wide out in the first innings, not playing a shot. I'd like to think he wouldn't be guilty of that again, but I think he's got one on the boot there that's making him hop around a little bit. Nice and full from Sonny Baker, crashing into his either his heel or the outside part of his front boot. There's Baker in again round the wicket and drilled by Patterson White in the V and fielded by the bowler. 96 for 6.
Just the name as well, Sonny. It's a good name for a crowd to get behind, isn't it?
Now, is this his name?
Well,
his christened name, yes.
Well, I think so, yeah.
Not too many of those around, are there? Sonny Ramadin.
Yes.
96 for 6. There's Baker. And chopped away by Patterson White. Down to Fletcher Middleton at third. 97 for 6. Patterson White on to 7. Haynes on to 27. It was a lovely calypso, wasn't it? Ramadin and Valentine. Those 2 little friends of mine.
Yes, David.
Tell me you know that.
Yes, I know it.
Okay.
I know it. I was just concerned you might be opening it up to our listeners
No.
about weather conditions. How many sunnies or have we had? There's one for the future.
Sonny Gavaskar. This one's sent down by Baker to the right-handed Haynes after that single. He's on 27, pushes it up to Abbott at mid-off, no run. So Haynes top scorer in this innings. 3 other players have got into double figures. Freddie McCann 18, Ben Slater 13, Joe Clark 11 out to the last ball before tea. It was a shortish delivery from Brad Wheel down the leg side, and Clark went to try and hook it away and just got a small piece of the bat on it, and nicely taken down that leg side by Ben Brown. Baker to his 3rd over. That's a shot, leg side bouncer, which Haynes doesn't take on, but Brown did well to get across and catch the ball. I'm sure Mohammad Abbas wouldn't have been expecting to bat again today, but Wickets have continued to tumble. There's every possibility, I guess, that he'd at least have sorted out his pads and all his batting gear. Oh, this one's well down the leg side. Umpire lets it go. 97 for 6 at the end of the over. So Patterson White on 7, Haynes on 27. That was the end of Sonny Baker's third over. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 3. Very nice, tidy figures indeed for Sonny Baker, and he'll trot down to his new fan club and no doubt get a round of applause in a moment.
But if he doesn't, he'll be concerned. What have I done wrong? Oh no. A few of them may have dozed off a little though.
I think they're watching the fella at the other end. They know that Kyle's going to have a bolt.
He's another of their heroes.
Somebody walking behind the arm.
Well, they'll carry on. And it's in the air. And has it been caught? Yes. It's been caught, but not out. What's that come off? It's Gubbins diving forward, is it? To take the catch, but not off the bat.
No, it must have just been pad.
Looped out to him.
Did you see there was somebody...
and they're doing it again, Dave.
Yeah.
Into the tunnel.
When he comes round the wicket from that end, I mean, only the batters would know if they're right in the eye line, but I was distracted by it. So there's every possibility that the left-hander would have been.
Yeah, and maybe that's partly what happened. Anyway, he's okay. He's still there on 7. Abbott bowls again. Ooh, now that is a leave, and that is, because that was shaping back in. That was not too far away from that off stump.
Now Nick Morrell, he who got in touch earlier with his 21,000 books, says, interesting fact, Danny Baker's son is also Sonny Baker.
But let's make it clear, this is not Danny Baker's.
No,
but I know.
It's a different Sonny Baker.
Yeah,
son of the.
Well, that would have been after a musician. I was looking at a few Sonny musicians.
Sonny and Cher.
Exactly. Very good. Patterson White on 7, round the wicket, and into the offside. I say that because Baker was into his music, because that wasn't he. 97 for 6 then, Nottinghamshire. A lead of 234 runs here. We have still to the close of play.
I'm sure on a quiet day, Kev's already done professions with Sonny Baker in his 11, the professions 11.
Well, I don't think we'll have time.
There's enough Cooks about. Sam Cook, Alistair Cook,
plenty of them. Abbott round the wickets. And again, not too far away from the off stump. This time a little bit more height on it. Goes over the top of the off stump as opposed to lower past it. But you can see from Patterson's White walking away a little. These deliveries are really testing deliveries because the margin of error is so small here, because you only need Abbott to just get a little bit more movement on it, maybe an edge to one of those 2 slip fielders, maybe even the keeper, or comes back even straighter. You haven't got your defences just right. Got 2 balls left of this over, and Abbott comes around the wicket in again. Gets solid bat on it this time. It's a little straighter, driven so straight it's gone straight into the stumps of the non-strikers end. With 1 ball left of the over. Abbott is now in his 8th over, 2 for 24. Very useful runs. Whether they'll end up being in a winning cause or not, time will tell. You might suspect not at this stage, but who knows? It could be that those 67 runs of 51 balls, 8 fours and 3 sixes, could play a major part. Patterson White's on 7. Carl Abbott now bowling, and lift and carry again over middle and off through to the keeper. So 97 for 6 at the end of the over, 16 remaining in the day, which should be about an hour's worth of play till the quarter to 7, 10 to 7. And Abbott has bowled 8 overs, 2 for 24, 3 maidens.
The sports show finishes at 6 o'clock, so I'll hang on till 6 if I may, just in case they come to me before then. Then they start again at, I think it's 7 for the Notts County game tonight. So
you'll be able to go and have a bit of a rub down yourself after 6. Yeah, I'll sit in for you, and J-Mo and I will we'll do our best to look after it for your day. Oh! They're doing the what is it they're doing? Icelandic.
That's it. was going to call it the Poznan. That's the other one, isn't it, where they turn round and they all face the other way. Here's Sonny Baker coming in to start a new over, short of a length, and Jack Haynes solidly behind it, pushes it back to the bowler. They're having fun. I wonder where they'll be about 10 or 11 o'clock tonight.
Well, as long as it's not on the second floor of the hotel I was staying in.
No, that'll be about 2 a.m.
I think I had a school party team in last night. I couldn't say anything. 10 o'clock or 1 o'clock. It's exciting, isn't it, being away from home and all that sort of stuff. But by gum. But I think the teacher walked in and told them all to keep quiet.
Haynes on 27. Baker bowls to him and wide of off stump, and that took off, and Ben Brown did really well to prevent 4 byes. He actually dived across and sort of parried it up, goalkeeper-like, trying to turn it over the bar, and he deflected it to slip. Who's that at slip? Is that Toby Albert? Slip. It was a great bit of work from Ben Brown. 97 for 6. Were they all at breakfast this morning then, stopping you from getting to your fried bread?
No fried bread, Dave. And as you know, such is the athletic approach I'm taking to the season.
Sonny Baker bowls. Haynes pushes it out on the offside. Liam Dawson doing the fielding. The lead is 2-3-4.
And I'll confess, this morning I was absolutely gutted. I need to wear my glasses more often than I do. I was approaching the breakfast room and I thought I saw some fried bread, Dave. It turned out to be hash browns. Oh.
That's hugely disappointing.
Dave, I barely got over it.
97 for 6. Baker nice and full and underneath the bat of Haynes. Not been a run scored for a wee while here, as the 97 for 6. They've certainly put the brakes on. Patterson, White and Haynes desperate to safeguard their wickets and try and take this into the third day with not still batting if they can. Still got, as Kev has just pointed out, probably an hour's cricket left. 15 overs after this one. Tom Press just making his way back into the slip cordon.
Yeah, a couple of slips in there now.
2 balls left in the over. Haynes was playing very fluently and freely for a while, but 20. Haynes once again defends. Liam Dawson comes across and a bit of a tap on the shoulder of Sonny Baker and gave him a bit of a G up there, congratulated him, keep going son and all that sort of stuff.
He's ticking a bit, he's Sonny, isn't he?
He's enjoying this. Can he get another maiden under his belt? 5 dots so far. 97 for 6. He's in and bowls nice and full, and again it's gone underneath the bat of Jack Haynes, trying to hit the low full toss away on the offside. Doesn't get anything on it, goes through to Brown, who stops it as best he could, and it is a maiden. 97 for 6. Baker 4 overs, 1 for 3.
I think he enjoys being the performer. I think he's actually doing it quite well.
A little bit like the long jumper or the triple jumper,
yeah,
isn't
well,
it?
That's what they're going for. Yeah, but we say Icelandic football. You know, whatever the crowd do there, but that also applies to athletics, doesn't it, when they're doing the long jump, triple jump and that sort of thing. Either way, they're loving it. They're loving it.
Well, he's jogged back to his mark down there at long leg, and all the way back he was clapping them.
Was he?
Yeah.
Oh, so
he was applauding them. Yeah.
Well, Carl gave them a bit of response earlier as well, didn't he? He was joining in. He's not at the moment though. He's bowling his 9th over. Is Carl Abbott, and defended back up to mid on off the bat of Patterson wide. I just got the impression at that stage that Carl Abbott was thinking, we're doing a lot better this time round without bowling, and therefore I can just be a bit relaxed and join in with the crowd a little bit. Because you can imagine, you were talking about how's he going to respond to, you know, got the 67 runs, and, you know, will he have the energy to come on and bowl and everything. Actually, I bet the adrenaline was really pumping in him when he went back out to bowl.
Yeah.
And he was probably really focused he might not have appreciated the group of lads there at that stage, but he is now. Although that said, have I just spoken at just the wrong time? He's looking back very suspiciously at the ground there, isn't he, on his way back? Actually, a slight concern here. Oh no, something. It was almost, well, he is smiling, but did he almost feel as though the ground was leaving or something? Something wasn't right about the approach, and he essentially, Patterson White angled it away, the ball. He moves to 8, and Nottinghamshire to 98 for 6, a lead of 235 runs.
Netherlands defeated Scotland by 19 runs in the ODI today. Keenly competitive contest throughout that one. A lot of familiar names from the County Championship taking part in that one. Matthew Cross, who skippered Scotland, was with Notts for a long time, played for their second 11 because he was never going to get a chance to break in with Chris Reed in the side as skipper.
Carl Abbott in bowls, and Haynes, who quietly here is playing a really good knock for Nottinghamshire. He's faced 41 deliveries for his 27.
Yeah, I just wonder how many since he scored though, Kev. He's been on 27 for a long time now.
But he's still there.
Yeah, he's still there.
I think Patterson White's actually faced quite a few in that meantime.
Partnership 14 from 44 deliveries.
His scores this season, 47 of 30, 142 against Essex. Abbott bowls. Ooh, I'm not too sure about that one, but Haynes squeezes that one away. Didn't think that was fully committed and in control, but it's gone on the leg side, down towards fine leg, and Haynes moves to 28. Got 2 balls left of the over. 99 for 6, a lead of 236 runs.
Yeah, he's got moving again. Jack Haynes.
They are very fickle, aren't they? I mean, they were Carl Abbott's number 1, I found. Now quickly they've turned to Sonny, as we see Carl Abbott in bowls, and again Patterson White, not with the truest of shots, but he keeps it out onto the leg side. Abbott always remains a threat, but I just wonder here whether some of that menace is disappearing a little. He'll go and prove me wrong with this next ball, be the last ball of the over. But I just wonder if I set a filler out there on the hook to deep square leg. Put him in the hard yards. How much more can he give here today? Well, 1 ball left of his 9th over of this innings. In he comes in and bowls, and solid defence from Patterson White to complete the over. No run off that last ball. 99 for 6. Patterson White on 8. Haynes on 28. Lead at 236. I shall just take a short break. Kevin will come in, and then I'll replace Dave in a short time.
Thank you, Kevin. Yes, it's 2 minutes to 6, so I strongly suspect that we may not be doing any further updates into Radio Nottingham's Saturday afternoon show. 99 for 6 is the score. White is excellent, as you'd expect this time of year. It's always good when you don't go into the last half an hour or so with the floodlights on and you start getting worried about the gloom and will we get it all in, and the light meters are out and the umpires are constantly conferring. It's a lovely Saturday evening, bright sunshine and clear blue skies with a few wispy cotton wall clouds overhead. Sonny Baker to continue. Kevin James back alongside. Just do this over and then Kevin Howells will pop back. Here's Baker in bowls, nice and full, and Haynes works this away for 4 through mid-wicket. As I mentioned earlier, you beat the inner ring and you're always going to get full value for your shots. Nice stroke by Jack Haynes to take Notts into three figures, 103 for 6, the lead 240.
Yeah, he's playing very nicely indeed. I haven't had a wicket for around 40 minutes, which probably about as long as we haven't seen one today. At 240, that's a magic lead. That really is. That's, for me, on the too many side for Hampshire.
So Baker conceding his first boundary in his 5th over. He's in again, and Haynes will get a single this time to add to it, turning it away on the leg side. Just slightly overpitched that previous delivery, Sonny Baker, and Jack Haynes whipped it away through mid-wicket. So 4 overs for just 3 runs, and now 5 from the first 2 deliveries of this over from Sonny Baker's bowling. Haynes up to 33. That was yesterday's score to avoid, wasn't it? 3 players out with the score on 33, and interesting, the Notts Loney. 4 for 6. Here's Baker to bowl to Patterson White. Turns this to leg and then immediately shouts no. Lead 241. Notts have 4 wickets left, and they've got 13 overs to negotiate this evening.
It's been a good spell this from Sonny Baker. Nice and steady, which is what Hampshire require from him.
It's a world of difference, doesn't it, if you get a wicket early on, and he did first ball, to seeing a couple of looseners get whacked away for boundaries, and straight away you're sort of fighting to catch up a little bit. Here's Baker again, coming around the wicket to the left-hander, and that's well taken by Ben Brown. He had to leap high into the Trent Bridge sky to catch that. It was far too short from Baker. Sailed over the head of Patterson White, and Brown was still taking off and did really well to catch it. I've seen quite a number of umpires this year be very, very sharp and harsh on that, calling wides. But in this game, I think from both sides, they've let them go. They've adjudged them to be of a legitimate height. I think that's probably fair enough. It's a good sharp bouncer. 104 for 6. And here comes Baker once more. Patterson White on strike. He'll get this away, but can only steer it to point. Umpire Kettleborough has decided to stay now on that side of the ground. 104 for 6. Postcode Pam in at the back of the box, paying us a visit. 1 ball left in the over. We'll find out what that's all about.
Looks like a very long message.
Yeah, well,
you want to read out.
I can see a bit of paper that says "Where's Wally" at the top of it. 104 for 6. There's Baker, and it's blocked by Liam Patterson White. I think somebody asked Pam, "Where's Wally?" and she came straight up here to see me. 104 for 6 after 33.
5 overs, 1 for 8 for Sonny Baker. Just has cut his pace down a fraction. He's early 80s. In fact, the highest one in that over was mid 80s. Can just touch a little higher than that, but I think he's going for... He doesn't need to bowl flat out here. I think he just needs to keep 85, the last one. Kevin Howes.
Well, you do the cricket, I'll do the stag do.
Yeah, well, that's normally you.
Is it anything but?
Kyle Abbott to continue from the pavilion end. 104 for 6. The lead is 241 with 13 overs left in the day's play. Abbott over the wicket, short. Haynes was walking into that, ducks underneath.
So the stag do, it's like on the stag do. The stag do is Will from Stevenage. Okay.
No. Yeah.
And all the friends are known as the Where's Wally crew. This is the notes that have been passed downstairs. They've been along. Thankfully, they didn't try and come on air in the nicest possible way. That might have been the end of all our careers.
Abbott. Haynes again walks into that one and works it away on the onside. There is a deep square leg. 105 for 6.
He's marrying, is Will, Marie, who wants for me in June. I think that's what that says. So it's Will getting married to Marie in June. big fans of Sonny Baker and Carl Abbott. This is the bit. Sonny's brother Rich is one of the Wallies. Oh, lads, that was like a little moment of realisation for the team.
There's the connection. Abbott round the wicket. Patterson White steers that down to fine leg. There is a fielder, only a single, 1 and 6 for 6. The lead is 243.
They've written this note. As a group, they all love cricket. They're waiting for the call-up for either Nottinghamshire or England. They've come from all corners of the country, so Nottingham is perfect in the Midlands. All true cricket lovers and enjoying a fabulous day out together. And that note they dropped off. Did you say Pam?
Yeah.
Downstairs.
Postcode Pam.
Postcode Pam. Dare I ask?
Dave will tell you the story. She tried to keep it a secret, but Dave let it out. Yes, Abbott again outside the off stump, left alone. She ticked the box marked X for no publicity, but Dave outed her on air.
Right.
There's a bit of a clue there, postcode Pam.
Well, there is, but I mean, it's not the first thing you think of, is it?
Is it not?
No. It couldn't be that big a win if she's still downstairs taking messages from a group of Where's Wally? But anyway.
She might just love her job, Kevin. That's a bit harsh.
She might just, yeah.
This might be a very, very good place to work.
Well, that is no, I'm not disputing that.
Here's Abbott, left alone again outside off stump.
Will, Marie, Sonny's brother Rich, it's all there. Terrific stuff.
Well, there's
again, I bring us back to that point when we get home tonight. What exactly did you do at work today? Well, we spent most of the day talking about Where's Wally and then asking how many cricketers have got double B in their names.
And we get paid for this.
And do we?
Some more than others, Kev. 106 for 6. Abbas again to Haynes. Again, he's walking into that one. Just flicks that away down to fine leg where Sonny Baker fields. The inevitable cheer. Probably the loudest one coming from his brother. That we now understand. Which is why we get the fact that they're so invested in him.
It was Kyle first, though, wasn't it?
Well, it was, but they're very fickle as well, obviously.
Well, no, they say
he's
they're
old
big fans of Sonny and Kyle.
Yeah, but it was Carl initially, and then he was discarded, wasn't he? When he stopped bowling, they lost interest.
Sonny now,
they lost interest. Ben Brown and Kyle Abbott are having a chat. My guess is Ben Brown saying, "How do you feel? Need you to keep going." Kyle's saying, "Well, I'm sore, I'm stiff, but it's the only way. I think we need to, or Hampshire need to eke out another over or two of him." But it has got a little quiet, hasn't it? Is it that, I mean, that's down to some good batting out there, and maybe, I don't know, maybe the pitch is starting to just get a little easy, but there's still plenty there. You just got to keep it in the right areas. I mean, that one from Sonny 2 overs ago that absolutely took off from a length in terms of pace.
However, it's going to offer Hampshire a little bit of encouragement if they think this pitch. Sonny Baker comes in to bowl to Haynes on 35, ducks out of the way of a delivery, which does have plenty of lift and carry through to the keeper. But at the same time, that lift and carry is all well and good, but Patterson, White and Haynes are dealing with it very well as well.
Yeah, they are. 16, I mean, they've only put on 23. We really would have wanted to chase more than 200, really.
Because even if we are going into the territory where we think maybe the surface is changing slightly, that could be the weather, it could be the heavy roller, the new ball is still going to be very difficult on this pitch for the remainder of the game, shorty to goodness. That comes back in at Haynes. But he doesn't know too much about it, but keeps it out. So therefore, your Hampshire and your, that's just for argument's sake, you've got Mo Abbas bowling.
300's a million miles away, isn't it? I mean, the pitch has got to seriously change with a heavy roller. I presume there's another heavy roller coming. I don't know the rules.
Yeah, every batting, I think 4 times.
Is it?
In the game.
But the heavy roller this morning has made little or no difference.
Yeah. Oh, hold your horses here, Sonny. We're not ready. Somebody's behind the bowler's arm there, and Haynes is not happy. And Kyle, what a polite young man Carl Abbott is saying, sit down, please. Thank you, sir. Indeed. Yeah. Not all players are quite so polite when they get people to sit down.
No.
Anyway. There's Rich calling out his brother Sonny. Haynes on 35, 107 for 6. Next one is bowled full and pushed up to Carl Abbott for no run.
It's about 50 minutes since the last wicket now.
Mm. Just think about that postcode lottery. How does it work? You have to share it with everybody on in your postcode. If your number gets drawn out.
I'm not in it.
Well, if you're not in it, you can't win it.
Other lotteries available?
Well, they are. Well done, Pam, and the rest of her street. That one's worked away onto the onside, and no run. You've got to hope.
She might live in the middle of nowhere. You don't know that.
You've got to hope. Well, the rest of the village then, or something, or the hamlet. Yeah. You've got to hope that nobody else on your street is aware of the postcode lottery, and then your postcode comes up. Hey! But if you're on a street of 24 and everybody's in on it, oh, yeah, that's a blow.
It is.
That is a blow.
If everybody comes rushing out their front doors at the same time, you know
so
you've got a problem.
Curtains. How many other people are, oh, you told me you weren't taking part. Curtains close. Ducks out of the way of that one, through to the keeper.
But there are many other lotteries.
Well, I'm not sure when you say many other, I'm not too sure how many other.
Animal charities.
Definitely animal charities.
National lottery.
You don't have to list them, okay. There's a context to the fact that we've talked about that one at that stage. Okay.
Does that get us out of jail?
Yep.
Oh, that's all right.
I think so. You'll find out if I don't turn up for work tomorrow morning.
Be told to clear your desk.
Yeah, clear the desk, Howells. We've been looking for this opportunity for 40 years now. Haynes on 35. And Baker bowls. Ooh, that was full, almost squeezed through, but in the end, Haynes able to get it away on the onside for a single. And he moves to 36, keeps the strike, 108 for 6. But yeah, I say it's quietened down. Actually, there are probably in any over at least 2 balls that may get a wicket. I don't think Haynes knew too much about that one either. That could have just squeezed through. So I'm not too sure things have changed a great deal out there. It's just that these two have done a really good job batting-wise against an attack which has got to be tiring, not just from the bowling but just from the game itself. It's been a sapping game for players, surely this one, because there's never been any let-up, has there?
No
let-up in the game.
It was a long day in the field for the Hampshire bowlers yesterday, and the innings for Hampshire didn't quite last 50 overs, so they haven't had a big rest, the bowlers. 4-day games, you're looking for a bit longer than that. Sonny Baker, look at his bowling speeds there on the picture feed as Abbott comes in. Forward is Haynes. Is it my over? I can't remember.
Yeah.
It is, thank you. Abbott, 76 miles an hour. That delivery, just on average a few miles an hour shy of Sonny Baker. Only 4 or 5 on average. 2 for 29 into his 11th over. The 37-year-old. Another ice bath for him tonight, I guess. Comes in again. Haynes again walking into that one. Just works that up to mid-on. Straight to Brad Will.
I'm sure there are many times you look at the game, Kev, and you think, oh, if only I was born a little bit later and played a little bit later. The ice baths being one of them, I imagine you would have enjoyed just a bit of a dip in.
Not.
What? No?
No, I don't fancy any of that, do you?
Just think how much longer you could have kept playing the game.
I played long enough. That's what I was told. You've played long enough, James. No, it was fine. I mean, to be honest, it was the 4-day game that's the killer. It does take an awful lot out of you. I don't think people quite appreciate from a seam bowler's point of view just how much a game where you spend a long time in the field, how much it actually takes out of you. And it's quite difficult to recover from game to game. You know, if you've bowled 20-something overs in one innings and you bowl a few more in the second innings, that's a lot of overs in one match to then take into what effectively is 3 days. You might be travelling and then maybe getting close to doing the same. It is that's seriously tough. 3-day cricket was never as hard as that, even though they played more. Just a break here because we're getting another helmet.
They said they were searching for helmets, and some brought on. So I take my headphones off here and break the girdless kit. I didn't mean to. Brought some on. They took them straight back off again. I'm not too sure why. So we're just a bit of a hold up in play, as you say. So shall I go through some scores?
Yes.
Yorkshire 114 for 1, lead Essex by 207. Sussex, they were 0 for 2 at one point. Haynes and Hughes, the two openers, were out without scoring. Then Clark made 10. Allsop's on 16. Cole's on 20. And Sussex now 51 for 3. Second innings lead over Worcestershire of 155 runs. And Surrey at 87 for 1 after Warwickshire declared at 6,065. No, 665 for 5 declared.
But that felt like that for the fielding side.
I bet it did. And I shall do Division 2 in a moment or two's time. So this is for the keeper to stand up.
Yeah, good move, because Haynes is continually walking down the pitch by a pace or two. Just taking the LBW out of the equation. Stuck in the crease, but well driven to mid-on. And there is no run. It's a good move. I think they have to do it now, because the ball from Abbott's end that he's bowling towards us, the ball hasn't really jumped that much. It hasn't bounced so much recently. And it hasn't nipped around as much. So I think that's a good move. I think Ben Brown has to come up to the stumps now.
But it was from that end earlier today. It seemed to be everything. It was from that end. Everything seemed
to be
happening, wasn't it?
It just seems to have calmed down a fraction, doesn't it? For whatever reason, Haynes drives, doesn't time it. That goes up to mid-off. Yeah, I think he had to. I don't think there was any other options. I think if it had continued to be a little bit of deviation and a bit of up and downness, then he would have continued to stay back. But I think now it looks as though the ball's just coming on quite nicely. It's Abbott's accuracy that's just keeping the run rate down at the moment. Come in again. Still the odd one will move, I'm sure. It's trying to flick that down the leg side. That's going for 4. What's that come off? It's come off the bat. The deftest of flicks down the leg side takes Haynes on to 40. 112 for 6. The lead is 249 now. This is definitely territory that's in a good place. Good place, Nottinghamshire.
Oh, of course they're in a good place. But there is still 2 days left of the match.
Yeah.
And if they can see off that new ball in the last innings of the game, and if that may out.
And what you're doing now is, by building a lead, it's only just outside the off stump. Good take by Ben Brown, left alone by Haynes at the end of the over. 2 for 33 from 11. What you're doing now is that you're getting a lead now that if the pitch does calm down, if the next heavy roller does calm things down a little bit, you've still got a bit of runs in the bank.
Yeah.
If the pitch continues the way it's been doing, this is too many.
So we were, I was giving the old percentage game a little bit earlier. I think it was 80, 20, 75. Yeah. And I'm still around that because, as you say, things do seem to be changing a little bit out there. But Nottinghamshire very much not well, in control of things at the moment. Definitely in control. And it's that Abbas factor as well, which just adds so much more to it. Sonny Baker comes around the wicket to Patterson White into the pads. And actually realising that he's got a relation amongst that gang over there, I wonder if maybe he is just a tad embarrassed about it as well, a little bit. If they just randomly turned up. We're enjoying it though.
Yeah, it's a nice little easy trip from Stevenage up the M1.
Is it?
Yeah, Hertfordshire.
So Patterson White on 9, and Baker, start of his 7th over, good lift and carry. Patterson White very nearly getting a little nick on that.
It just shows, doesn't it, there's still a little bit of bounce and movement that was there.
Yeah.
But
I'm looking at
quite so much.
They seem to be wanting to rush things at the moment, and well, not rush things, but do things quickly. I know, but Ben Brown was calling Sonny up, saying, "Come on, Sonny," you know, at the end of that last over. And now they're moving around quickly, but the board doesn't suggest they're in any trouble. In fact, they're +1. As Baker comes around the wicket, in and bowls, a little bit of width and driven by Patterson White. That's going to have enough pace and racing across the outfield for 4 runs through deep extra cover. And that is another boundary. Patterson White moves to 13 and 116 for 6, 253.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Never.
Well, is the board, is that those over rates, are they corrected after every session? Because I've got a feeling that won't be updated. That won't reflect this session. And where are we? We're 20 past 6 now, and we've still got nearly 10 overs to bowl.
Maybe word has got out there. They might be a little bit behind then. Okay. Patterson White on 13, 116 for 6. Too much width offered by Sonny there. Not going to tempt Patterson White into that, although maybe a thought being, well, I've just struck the ball nicely, so I'll see a bit of width and go for it again. But he didn't.
It's an hour since the last wicket.
And an hour ago you were thinking, oh, maybe for Hampshire, but never mind, every run is added to this total, every minute that goes by. You're thinking that things are settling down here nicely for Nottinghamshire, actually. Baker comes around the wicket, in and bowls full, looking for that Yorker length delivery, and played again very nicely by Patterson White for another 4. This time through long off. 17 to Patterson White, and Nottinghamshire up to 120 for 6. Nice shot, lead of 257 runs. And Baker has one more delivery of his 7th over. He's taken the wicket, first ball, 1 for 17, 2 maidens. So maybe the words got through. Maybe Ben asked the umpires just to check with the scorers, how are we doing? Or maybe even Ben just had a look at the watch and the clock and saw, well, this can't be good for us. That's 20 past 6. And Baker is off and around the wicket, in and bowls. Oh, lovely delivery. Is that out to get a nick on that? No. Well, what on earth happened to that ball, though? Wow, that's exaggerated movement. You know what we're saying about this pitch still not flattening out? I mean,
you see that?
Lordy, 120 for 6, a lead of 257 runs. Patterson White on 17, Haynes on 40, a partnership of 36, and Baker's bowled 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 17. We'll stay on for another couple of overs, and we'll bring the girdler back in to you two to round it off and predict exactly what's going to happen in the remainder of this match.
Pace, bounce and nip, that last delivery. Similar to a ball earlier in the over. So it is still there. It just appears as though there's a bit more from this Radcliffe Road in, bowling from this Radcliffe Road in, bowling towards the pavilion. At this moment, Brad Wheel might say otherwise. He's bowled 11 overs so far in this innings. Baker consistently again around the mid-80s, couple of 185 in that over. First delivery he bowled. Here's Brad Wheel then back, taking over from Kyle Abbott from the pavilion end. Bowls. It's worked on the leg side by Haynes. He's played beautifully out there for his 41. Has looked pretty much untroubled. He's faced 62 balls, 121 for 6, 258 is the lead. Just under 9 overs left in the day. We're going at least, I reckon, unless we see a couple of overs from Liam Dawson, we're looking at 7 o'clock here.
Looking at 7, we're looking smack bang in the middle of the crowd going to Meadow Lane to cheer on the county.
Well, I'm sure I can dodge those 25 or 30 people.
Well, I think you'll find there's a few more than that. It's a playoff game. Chance to go to Wembley. Last time Notts County were at Wembley would be for the playoff to get into the Football League a few years ago, which they lost to Harrogate. Oh, 2 years ago. That happened since. Gosh, I'm going back to COVID times ago. Straight over your head, Kev. Well, you need to keep in touch with these things because it's exciting as the old football, you know. You like your football a bit, a little bit.
His wheel around the wicket. Patterson White gets a length ball. Pushes that up towards extra cover. Into the 38th over of this Nottinghamshire innings. We're 84 for 6, they're 121 for 6.
I should imagine there'll be a good crowd turn up for that tonight. It's big. This is seriously a big game. From where the team that have been a few years ago really struggling, so to get back up in League One would be very big news for them.
Well, I'll give it some thought. Here's Wheel. Next ball again that goes out into the covers.
And one more thought on it, it will not be lost on their supporters how well Forest have been doing as well. So if they can get promotion, as well as it being a good season end of for Forest, that'll be good for them. I'm going to take you to the match tonight. I'm not going to let you go past Meadowlane. I'm going to drag you in.
I think there's some new paint on my wall in my bedroom.
Oh no,
he's looking at.
You are serious.
I need to watch it dry.
You're seriously getting the mood of the game all wrong.
It's down the leg side. I think he's flicked the pad past a diving Ben Brown. And that's 4 leg byes. Takes the Nottinghamshire total on to 125 for 6, and that lead is up to 262. No, I joke. Listen, I know. Of course, I know it's important around this area. Of course, I do. I'm just joking.
I mean, the big one. Perhaps you and I ought to go to the boxing tonight. Eh?
Apparently, there was 2 walls of my bedroom painted, so I need to watch both.
Well, that's a brave man that says that when it comes to the boxing supporters and fans. But I have to admit, I've attended 2 live boxing events.
Have you?
Yeah.
Good.
Well, not for me.
Wheel, short, cut away, 4 runs, hammered away by Patterson White in front of square. Didn't give Nick Gubbins any chance to even move, let alone think about stopping that one. And it's 129 for 6, the lead up to 266 now. It's been a good hour and a bit here for Nottinghamshire, with Patterson White and Jack Haynes together. Left and right-handed combination. Wheel stays round the wicket, comes in and bowls. Patterson White gets an inside edge into the ground, through to Ben Brown. Try to cut that one a little bit too close to him. End of the over. Wheel has 2 for 32 from 12. Kevin Howes is off. Thanks, Kevin. Dave Bracegirdle back.
Yes, this lead up to 266 now. James Fuller coming back into the attack. Just had some correspondence from Brian. Last time I was on, of course, I mentioned the Calypso song. Dave, nice to hear you mention Ramadan and Valentine and the cricket, lovely cricket, Lord's Test of 1950. My late father was in the crowd that day. He was also, he also saw the 1948 Australian Invincibles, and it must have been their match down at Southampton against Hampshire, since Bradman was rested for that game to his disappointment. I can't compete with those memories. As Fuller bowls nice and full, and this is it back to him on the bounce. I can't compete with those memories, though I can say I was once touched on the right shoulder by Brian Lara, but that's another story for another day. Promising start to the Notts season. All their matches have been good cricket. Thanks as ever to you all for the commentary. Thank you, Brian. Grateful to you for getting in touch on this Saturday, late Saturday afternoon, early Saturday evening. 129 for 6. Fuller in and dropped on the leg side by Jack Haynes, who, a little bit like McCann in the first innings, has managed to dodge a few bullets and withstand everything so far that's been thrown at him. Moves on to 42, 130 for 6. Just needed somebody to stick around for a while and hope it got easier, and with Liam Patterson-White as his chief support, he's done a good job there, Haynes. Pair have now added 46.
Yeah, terrific partnership.
The lead 267. I was going to ask you a question about Sonny Baker, and he's now just come out of the attack, but I can still ask the question. After this ball from James Fuller to the left-handed LPW, who pushes it back to the bowler. Who's the Australian that you have for the blast matches, who starts his run up by putting both of his arms in the air and then comes rushing in.
Nathan Ellis.
Nathan Ellis, that's it. I couldn't think of his name. Plays Tasmania, he plays for in the Bash.
Yeah, they won. He was captain of the Hobart Hurricanes.
That's right.
Well,
it's been bugging me yesterday and today watching Sonny Baker, and the start off was reminding me of somebody, and it's a little bit like him, with both the arms come up, don't they? And it just dawned on me. But I couldn't think of his name. Next one is eased into the offside. They'll take a single here. And Liam Patterson-White up to 22, 131 for 6. Was he involved in the drama of that? Well, you're nodding already. Finals day, that fireworks went off, and then they were the celebrations were quickly muted, and then you had to do it all again.
The last ball, he overstepped against Lancashire, which kept them in it for another ball, but he managed to see off the final ball as well.
Fuller to Haynes, lets it go through to the keeper, 131 for 6. So Hampshire now won it. Same as Leicestershire, on 3 times with Leicestershire. Yeah, that's the most. Terrific effort. Lots have won the Blast twice, 2017 and the behind closed doors one in October of 2020. I've never been in such a soulless cricket stadium in my life as I was that day. It rained all Saturday, the first time finals day was held over until the Sunday. It still rained. Next ball is fired down by Fuller and defended by Haynes. The 2 semi-finals and the final were shortened. Horrible day, nobody in the ground, fake crowd noise pumped in. And Notts got over the line, and celebrate a win. It's there on the trophy, on the Roll of Honour, but it just didn't really feel like, this is cricket weather, and this is a really important milestone in the county's history. Winning the T20 Blast, it was far too late. But I guess after what went on all through 2020, we were just all grateful at the time to get any cricket in.
Yeah, it's just when you look back and you think,
yeah.
a bit of a nothing year. Here's Wheel around the wicket again to Patterson-White. Gets a length ball, works that wide and mid-on. Could have taken a single maybe, but decide that they won't chance it. Lead of 268. So you guys have been to the finals day a lot as well, haven't you?
Oh yes. Yes, one of the most frustrating was actually down at the Rose Bowl, as it was then in 2010, and that was the one that you hosted and won, in chaotic scenes at the end.
Wheel, length ball, Patterson-White's forward.
In that you beat Somerset, didn't you? And Dan Christian had a runner but ran, and everybody celebrated at the end. But if Somerset had presence of mind, they'd have been able to execute a run out. That was it, wasn't it?
Yeah. It's the old adage, cricketers don't know the rules.
The laws.
Oh, laws. See, I don't even know that.
131%. We've got some photos, and of course the hotel wasn't there. The ground looked very, very different this wide.
Played and missed. Yeah. Is it me?
Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon.
That's you.
No, it's you.
Yeah, I think it was a very different ground then. Not sure the stands were built then.
No.
They might have been, were they?
No, they're temporaries, weren't they, put in for finals day? Was it only held there once?
No, 2008, I think. When Middlesex, not Middlesex, Middlesex might have won it then, I think.
They'd won at Cardiff, didn't they? Very low scoring.
Yeah.
3 matches that day.
Wheel bowls, Fuller. And it's driven up to mid-off past Kyle Abbott. Nicely timed by Patterson-White. It's going for 4.
Very first one, the very first finals day was held here, and our own Kevin Howells, I think, went off and interviewed Atomic Kitten, who were the interval act. 135 for 6.
That must have been an interesting interview. Your knowledge of Atomic Kitten.
That's the 50 partnership, 50 up from 93 balls between Liam Patterson-White and Jack Haynes. Atomic Kitten. Crikey.
Who was in that group at the time? His wheel pulled away out to deep square leg where Fletcher Middleton fields. 100 and 36 for 6. Members of the Atomic Kitten Group?
Yes, there was somebody called Atomic and somebody called...
Yeah, that's right.
Liz McClarnon.
Oh, look out.
I'm struggling now.
Look at Dave.
I'm struggling now.
Look at Dave.
There was Liz McClarnon, wasn't there? Was Kerry Katona in it then? No, I don't know. 136 for 6.
It's pushed away into the covers. Another single, 137 for 6. Well, you're right, Liz McClarnon. Kerry Katona, well done. Jenny
No idea.
Frost.
Okay.
Heidi Range. I presume that's Range. Natasha Hamilton.
Well, they both came later, didn't they?
Oh, right. Oh, yes. Since 2012, Natasha Hamilton. Look at you.
Does it say on there?
Sounds like Dave should have done the interview.
Saunders and they made mincemeat of it. They absolutely destroyed it.
137 for 6. Kev at the back of the... Well, the two Kevs just having a little natter there about Atomic Kitten. Here's James Fuller from our end of the ground. There's 6 overs to go in the day. Fuller bowls pitched up delivery, which Jack Haynes on 43 defends. He's played really nicely now. Hampshire will be desperately hoping there's a little waver in concentration here and one of these two makes an error and maybe just opens the door again as we near the end of day 2.
Right, so that was your opening game band, wasn't it? Down at the Utilita, we had Mystique as the opening band.
Crikey. Next ball is... Oh, that's a glorious straight drive from Haynes. That's as good as anything we've seen for a while, certainly. Lovely shot down the ground for 4 by Haynes, who moves to 47. 141 for 6, lead up to 278. Mystique.
Members of the band. One famous one.
Dixon. What's her name?
Alicia Dixon.
That's it.
Sabrina.
No.
Sue Elise. Bringing back happy memories to Dave.
There's James Fuller again. On for 49 runs now. This is his 10th over and fields off his own bowling as Haynes plays it back to him.
So were you the only two? We were the only two grounds that had opening night bands. Well, there was others, was there? Natasha Bedingfield at Edgbaston for the opening T20.
141 for 6. Fuller comes in to bowl to the right hand. And nice and full and a repeat, and that'll be his half century. Lovely shot from Haynes. Missed out in the first innings. Looking to cash in here, and a couple of really sweetly timed drives in this over takes him to a splendid half century. 71 balls it's come up. Been at the crease for 2 hours now. It's been a bit of a slog at times, but he's kept his concentration. 9 boundaries for Jack Haynes, and he moves on to 51. The lead over 280 now. 282. Nottinghamshire in front with 4 wickets left.
He's looked every bit as good in this innings as Freddie McCann did in the first.
Yes. Kept getting to 50 and getting out last year. Solved it to a certain extent this season with a career best 142 as he plays this one to point. 7 times last year he was out between 50 and 77. .145 for 6. 1 ball left in this over, then we will have 5 overs left in the day. Day that began with Hampshire batting in their first innings, 2 without loss. They were eventually bowled out for 196. 5 wickets for Mohammed Abbas, 67 for Kyle Abbott. Pitched up delivery is blocked by Haynes, end of the over, 145 for 6. And in this innings for Notts, Hamid and Slater both out relatively cheaply to Kyle Abbott. 2 wickets for Brad Wheel, getting Joe Clark and Carl Verena either side of tee. Freddie McCann fell to Fuller for 18. And Sonny Baker, playing in front of his brother, got Lyndon James for 4. 145 for 6.
Yeah, super stuff. Jack Haynes came in at 50 for 3. Joe Clark was out at tee. And he's put Nottinghamshire into a very, very commanding position. Got to change a bowler at the far end. We've got to get some spin. Going to have some Liam Dawson, who I think bowled his overs from our commentary in the Radcliffe Road end in the first innings. So a change of ends for him. This could be a couple of things really to give the seamers a bit of a break. There's not a lot happening for them out there now.
The overrate has actually changed, Kev. We were talking about if it just changes in intervals or not. It's gone back to 0. So
that's good.
Maybe the skipper.
Something's taken time today, isn't it? I mean, we wouldn't normally finish it. Well, wickets, yeah, and the time that it takes to walk from the changing rooms, I guess. Patterson White's on the back foot. Steers that to short mid wicket. We've lost the sun. Momentarily, I don't know if it reappears now. Has it gone a bit too low? Away to our right. Dawson again bowls. Patterson White's off the back foot, steers that into the gap at extra cover. 1 run.
Little things I know. I continue to be transfixed by watching people enter that tunnel of doom at the far end and waiting for them to come out near the Batman board at the other end.
That's, yeah, the one at ground level needs to be extended a bit, doesn't it? The whiteboard just above the advertising hoardings in front of the pavilion, which has got that scaffolding sheeting in front of it. Dawson, oh, the sun's just appeared again, or edged down towards third. That's running away. That's 4 more. Haynes moves on to 55, and that lead is now up to 287. Applause for something.
The 150, I guess,
oh,
but it's one of those, isn't it? If on a normal day when it doesn't mean anything, it will pass without mention. But at the moment, the Notts supporters are pretty much cheering every run, especially every boundary.
Dawson again. Haynes quietly forward on that one.
Must be getting close to one of the biggest partnerships of the match. 66.
Certainly today. Dawson again bowls. Haynes works that behind square on the leg side. Could be a couple. Abbott's after it. There was a 78-run partnership between Verena and McCann for the 5th. Is that Kyle Abbott running after that? Which got the applause. Oh, they're back on Kyle Abbott now.
They're seeing it through, aren't they?
So, yeah,
they're seeing it through. Generally get somebody say, shall we knock it on the head, lads, and go and have a drink?
Well forward there. Jack Haynes, end of the over, 152 for 6. The lead for Nottinghamshire is now 289.
Yeah, 4 balls left. If you've been with us today, sincere thanks for sticking around and following the cricket, watching the pictures, listening to the nonsense and the occasional description of the cricket. Those of you that have taken the trouble to get in touch, we always appreciate it. And if you've not got any other plans on Sunday morning, hopefully we'll be back just before 11 o'clock for what may or may not be the last day of this contest. Brad Wheel bowled 13 overs in this innings so far, got a couple of wickets, been asked to just find 2 more overs for his captain towards the back end of the day. He'll be bowling to Liam Patterson White. Initially, he's on 28. Here is Brad Wheel, then bowls, and the first ball's left alone, 152 for 6.
Email here from Alex McKinley, sellingcricket@gmail.com. Well, we're ticking off the runs tomorrow, says Alex. I was just waiting for some reaction in the commentary box here. I'll be watching another of my Hampshire teams, Aldershot Town, in the final of the FA Trophy at Wembley. 20,000 supporters expected.
Who were they playing? Is it Rochdale? Funny feeling it's Rochdale, but probably wrong. There's Brad Wheel. Bowls, and this one's eased up to mid-off, and there's no run.
I will tell you.
Or did they beat Rochdale in the semi-final? Just got Aldershot versus Rochdale in my mind for some reason. 152 for 6 in the 43rd over. Now they played Spennymoor, that's right, from the northeast. I think they beat Rochdale in the semi-final. I think that was it.
Spennymoor?
Yeah, in the northeast. And so they're National League North, they're a league lower. So lovely shot by Patterson White down the ground. Nicely stroked. The chase is on, but the ball will always win it. Aldershot will be clear favourites then to win that against a side from the division lower. So nice day out at Wembley, and hopefully a successful one for your correspondent. 156 for 6.
That lead is getting close to 300 now.
Yeah, 293. There's Brad Wheel. In again and pulled away onto the leg side, and he's really got hold of that one. He's whipped it away for 6. The ball is being retrieved from on the field of play because it cleared the fielder at deep backward square and clattered into the wall and then rebounded back onto the field of play. So that takes the lead up to 299. Hampshire will need at least 300 to win this match.
What a shot that was. Just clipped it off his top of his pads. Just went like a bullet.
Maybe just an over too many to ask Brad Wheel to come back here at the end of the day. And another one through the offside for 4 takes the lead over 300 now. 464. Don't know who else the skipper could have turned to. But Brad Wheel, like all the players out there, I think pretty much the same can be said of all 22 players. Everybody's given everything for this one. There'll be some tired bodies out there on both sides, and poor old Brad Wheel, feel for him a little bit, being asked just to come on and just try and see out the day, see if he can get me a wicket, and he's gone 464. 166 for 6, and Patterson White, quick as a flash, is up to 42. It's mainly a watching brief for Liam for long periods, defended resolutely, and he's turned this away, and Abbott does really well. That is terrific commitment from the big man. Really good from Kyle Abbott. He had to go a long way and put a big dive in, otherwise that would have been 4 more. Just hamming it up a little bit with the crowd there, that he was initially he was almost laying claim to the fact that it was a brilliant stop, which it was, and then he was sort of making out that he was a little bit injured to his teammates. In fact, he is just feeling it a little bit. Hit the ground with a hefty thump, but he saved 4 runs. 166 for 6.
So 3 overs to do. Dawson's from that pavilion end around the wicket to Haynes. Haynes on the back foot, steers that out to extra cover.
Who's going to bowl from this end? Are you giving Brad another one?
I'll give Prest one.
Bowled a maiden, didn't he, in the first innings? 1 over 1 maiden. No, 1 run.
He's doing a few stretches at slip as I speak. Haynes forward. No need to do anything silly now.
He is.
I always knew I should have been captain.
The more you watch, the more you see.
Yeah, the seamer's starting to look a little tired, really. But that's not taking anything away from the batters. Pushed out square on the offside. The batters in this partnership has done as much as anything to make it hard work. 167 for 6. 304 the lead.
Packed up for the day in most of the other grounds. Just one other ground playing, that's at Canterbury. Kent 155 for 8.
Dawson around the wicket to Patterson. White drives up to mid-off, no run.
Close of play scores quickly. Yorkshire 114 for 1 at Chelmsford, leading Essex by 207. Sussex 66 for 3, leading Worcestershire by 170.
Dawson in again. Patterson White just quietly plays that out on the onside.
Surrey 98 for 1 in response to Warwickshire's 665 for 5 declared, and Northampton 140 for 6, leading Lancashire by 102.
Dawson again. Patterson White just dabs that away behind square on the offside. So not too many playing at this point.
10 to 7. I think we finished about 7 last night, didn't we? Not here, but I think the Northampton Lancashire game. It was just about. I was just about in my car about 7 o'clock last night, and I know Kev had said he was going to stay and just listen to the last knocking, so I turned on 5 Sports Extra, and they were just finishing. 167 for 6. And it is going to be Tom Prest to bowl the penultimate over of the day.
Hampshire's over 8 has dropped.
Yes, Hampshire -1, it says. So Tom Prest will come on and bowl. round the wicket. Jack Haynes backs away, lets it go through to Ben Brown. Comes in again and bowls, gives it a bit of a rip, doesn't he? And this is cut to backward point, no run. There's a lot of disguise with many spinners, but you can really see the whip of the wrist, real crack of the wrist from Tom Prest. This is turned away by Haynes for a single, moves on to 59, 168 for 6.
Yeah, many would have seen him over the years working with Pop Welsh before the games on the side of the wicket, just continually trying to refine his action.
Lead is 305. Patterson wide on strike and punches this into the offside. That's a really good stop there by Nick Gubbins. Out for naught today. I'm sorry, Nick. Did go very early this morning in saying that he would be the man today, the man of the day, getting 100 for Hampshire. Well, that's blasted past him. But James Fuller out here on the fence does the fielding, so just another single, 169 for 6. It's almost inevitable, isn't it, that Gubbins would fail after that. He'll field here, and there's one over left. So Tom Prest rattles through his over for just 2 runs. Bowled 1 over for 1 run in the first innings yesterday, so lightly used Tom Prest. And it will be Liam Dawson to complete day 2.
85-run partnership between these two now. 306 the lead. A top position for the hosts. Last over then, Liam Dawson around the wicket. Somebody shouting out his name, I don't know who that was. It's not his dad, he's not here. That's pushed to short mid-wicket. He normally is for the Nottinghamshire game, but not on this occasion.
Yeah, I seem to think I've seen youngsters on the outfield in the past with Dawson 8 shirts on, and he's gone over and spent the tea intervals with them or whatever.
Yeah, they've been here in the past. Off the back foot, it's up towards extra cover. Come through for a single, 170 for 6. It's turned into a very good day for Nottinghamshire. Dawson in again. It's turned away, square on the leg side. Another single, 171 for 6. Well, Nottinghamshire can keep this innings going for as long as they want to tomorrow, as long as they can. Just build up the runs.
Got to wait now whilst the short leg is readied. Fletcher Middleton, some pads have been brought out for him.
This won't help the over.
No, I always feel this should be done either right on the boundary edge or indeed over the boundary edge, and let everybody else get on with the game. Seems a little strange that they've seen Liam Patterson White batting for over an hour now and getting a short leg ready to come in for the last 3 balls of the day, but that's what's happening. 171 for 6. I'm sure we'll have time in the morning to sort out any negative over 8. Still need 4 wickets. Can only get 1 of them tonight. If a wicket goes down, they'd troop off at that stage.
Over the wicket, quicker ball. Patterson White trying to give himself a bit of room. In the end, works it back to the bowler.
2 balls left. Thanks to Kevin Howells for being with us today. Thanks to everybody for getting in touch.
Dawson again. Oh, he's forward there.
Out there in warm conditions. Lewis, Lee and Mahir have been out there, and Wilson, the static camera, as ever, doing a good job. Huge thanks to everybody, and Kirsty and Aaron in the production office.
Forward, and that goes out to backward a point, and that's the end of day 2. We are exactly halfway through this match here at Trent Bridge, and Nottinghamshire in their second innings, 171 for 6. They lead Hampshire by 308, and that partnership between Jack Haynes and Liam Patterson White, I think, has put to bed any fears that maybe any of the home supporters thought, well, do you know what, this might be a tricky 4th innings here, but for me, Nottinghamshire are just too far ahead now.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Enjoy your Saturday evening, everybody. whatever you're going to do, enjoy your Saturday evenings. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage today from Trent Bridge. It's been a long old day, and we'll be back, God willing, in the morning to do it again. From the two Kevs, myself, Dave, from Trent Bridge, we bid you all a very good night.